recordings are you planning to actually attempt to play for the jury, Ms. Kappelman,
I believe there's 45.
that you plan to present?
Yes, sir.
And who do you plan to present those through?
Through Agent Sanford.
Does anybody have any different argument between 175 and 179? It seems to be the same issue as to both. Anybody have any different argument as to those?
Just 1 second.
On behalf of Ms. Magbanua, I'm resting on the previous objection.
Yeah.
The same for Mr. Garcia.
Yeah. Do you have any different argument, Ms. Kappelman?
No, sir.
Well, by my assessment, what's really been done is that the state is attempting to present a summary of testimony, which is allowed under 90.956 Florida statutes. The problem is they've not given timely written notice of that, which is what the statute requires. The statute does allow parties where you have voluminous writings or records or recordings, and they specifically relate to recordings, to present a summary without presenting the underlying materials. It does not prohibit the underlying materials being presented, which sounds like what the state intends to do. The purpose of the timely written notice, according to Professor Earhart, is to give the opposing party time to inspect the underlying records, which has occurred in this instance, and to confirm that the summary is accurate, which, since it's not been noticed, they've not been given that opportunity. However, both witnesses have been subject to cross-examination on this testimony. Mr. Rivera is still on the witness stand, so we haven't even gotten to the cross-examination on this subject by the defense. They still have that opportunity to cross-examine on that subject. But the state has not complied with their notice requirements. I'm going to sustain the objection to 175 and 179, but I am going to allow testimony as to which tapes were identified by the two witnesses that listened to them. However, I'm not going to let 175 and 179 go to the jury. My thinking is that both witnesses have been subject to cross-examination on the subjects. Therefore, their identification of it is admissible. So that would be my ruling as to 175 and 179. The other issue we had related to the Collins, I don't see either of the Collins present here.
No, sir. I've released the Collinses.
You're not going to call them as
Yes,
witnesses. Sir. All right, so that's a non-issue. Any other issues we need to take up?
Judge, I would like to address a couple issues. I would like to renew my motion in limine regarding Mr. Rivera's gang status in light of the cross-examination that's occurred thus far, and move to amend the motion to include prior bad acts. We've heard several specific instances of prior bad conduct on the part of Mr. Rivera, including drug dealing and robbery, that are irrelevant to the case that we're here about today. I guess I'm just moving to exclude any additional testimony at this point regarding Mr. Rivera's prior bad acts as more prejudicial than probative, irrelevant to the case before the court, and improper character evidence. You want to hear my other one, or do you want to address that one first?
What's that?
I have another matter as well. Do you want to move on, or?
We'll deal with that first.
Okay.
It's not crystal clear what you're asking me to exclude, Ms. Kaplan.
Any prior incidences of specific prior bad acts by Mr. Rivera, to include but not exclusive to prior robberies that have nothing to do with this case, prior drug dealing that has nothing to do with this case, or any other criminal acts unrelated to this case.
But, the problem is your objection is about as generic as Mr. Sanguinet's questions, neither of which allow me to really focus on what I think is admissible and inadmissible. I've said that anything related to Mr. Rivera's acts that encompass the federal prosecution, which essentially are part of the plea agreement in the case, because he's getting a concurrent sentence to run with, that is fair game. I waited for objections yesterday without receiving them as to generalized questions about anything Mr. Rivera has ever done wrong in his life, which clearly is inadmissible. But neither of you have helped me much in making that separation. I'm gonna have to deal with it instance by instance. So the state, if they want to be heard, needs to make a timely objection when the question comes up. I'm not going to try to generically rule on it. I've told you, and I said from the start, which neither of you paid much attention to, that what he did as part of the federal prosecution is admissible. His gang status is admissible because that was part of the plea bargain. But I would agree that everything that Mr. Rivera has done wrong in his life is not admissible, which many of the questions yesterday seem to elicit. So that's been my consistent ruling. I'm not going to try to parse it out here with a generic objection. I will sustain objections to generic questions that ask what Mr. Rivera has done wrong in his life, which was essentially what many of the questions yesterday involved. You said you had another issue.
Judge, at this time, the state would renew its motion in limine in reference to Mr. Rivera's schizophrenia diagnosis. Rivera testified for several hours yesterday with no indication that he was suffering currently from any mental health symptoms. He was also able to recall the events associated with the crimes charged without any indication that he was suffering from any hallucinations or other mental health symptoms at the time that he made these observations. As such, the state requests the defense be precluded from asking about his diagnosis in the presence of the jury, as there is no basis to believe that his diagnosis was interfering with his ability to see and observe the events about which he is testifying. And asking him the question about the diagnosis would ring a bell that could not be reversed and would constitute nothing but improper character evidence in the absence of a nexus to this case.
I deny the motion. I think we've already parsed out that there are two times when the mental health may be relevant, would be at the time of the offense, and as he's testifying, the defense should limit themselves to questions that relate to at the time of the offense or now as he speaks. But beyond that limitation, his mental status is fair game as to those two times. Anything else?
Judge, at this time, the state requests that to address the procedure used to impeach Mr. Rivera in light of his literacy limitations per Section 614.1. Rivera has a right to be confronted with his alleged inconsistent statement or to have his recollection refreshed outside the presence of the jury. My suggestion in thinking through how this could work, since he can't read and this thing's going to have to be read to him, is to possibly have each counsel wait until the end of his or her examination, have the jury step out, whereby Mr. Rivera can have the opportunity to be read any and all statements that are going to be offered to refresh or impeach him, and then we can bring the jury back in to resume inquiry regarding those statements.
Well, the proper method of impeachment is, at least in terms of depositions, which was not followed yesterday, was to read verbatim the question and answer and ask the witness if he recalls that question and that answer. His literacy imposes no restrictions on that, and that's the proper way to do it anyway. I'm not going to send the jury out to refresh his recollection as to everything that's asked. I don't think that's feasible. So we're just not going to have any feasible way to refresh his recollection, since in most instances we do that by written document. Frankly, I don't know how to do that. If the defense has some suggestion, I'll hear from them. Mr. Sanguinet, do you have some position on how do you wish to refresh his recollection on issues?
So I think that we have, I think the easiest way to do it would be to have it read to him.
Well, the problem with that, you're not supposed to, you can use anything to refresh somebody's recollection, but the idea is that's not supposed to be presented to the jury. So we defeat the purpose of refreshing recollection. That's what the state says. They're correct. That's not something that should be presented to the jury. So you can't refresh recollection in the presence of the jury by reading something to him.
And then outside of presence of the jury.
Well, but the logistical problem with that is how we're going to do that.
I assume we're doing a case by case.
Well, we're not going to send the jury out each time you wish to refresh his recollection. That's not workable. Ms. Kawaz.
Yes, Your Honor. Depending on what Mr. Rivera decides to testify today, if I lay the proper predicate, I could, under Florida statute 90.803 subsection 5, try to enter it in as a past recorded recollection, since these are all prior, well, the ones that the state decided to record. If he attests to the authenticity and the accuracy at the time that it was taken, and he does not remember today, I can introduce it into evidence pursuant to the case.
I don't agree. That's what we're not going to put into evidence every statement he's made. In terms of prior recorded situations, you just need to ask him if that's what he previously said. That's not very complicated. We seem to make that very complicated, but he gave a statement on a date and time. Did you tell the investigator or the officer X, Y, and Z? It needs to be verbatim. If it's a recorded matter, either he'll acknowledge he said that, he'll say he didn't say that, or he doesn't recall. If he says he didn't say that or doesn't recall, then you're free in your case to present evidence of it. We don't argue with the witness about it, which is what occurred yesterday. I think anyway, as to the refresh recollection though, do you have an issue on that, Ms. Kawhi?
Your Honor, I just don't want to break the flow of the cross-examination. So if it, if it gets to a point where it's becoming uncomfortable or not, presentable to the jury, I don't know if you could take a sidebar or something and come up with something else.
Mr. Sanguinet, yes.
Yes, sir. I just want to put the court on notice. I know that Mr. Rivera did testify yesterday that he's unable to read and write, but in government's exhibit 128, which has already been entered into evidence, which is Mr. Rivera's phone records, he sent between May of 2014 and October of 2014 over 8,000, sent and received over 8,000 text messages. Text messages are non-verbal communication, which would suggest that he was receiving nonverbal communication. Obviously, text messages have a slew of things that they do, but I would say the majority of it is actual writing. And he responded, I think he received 5,000 text messages and responded to,
And your point is what, Mr. Sanganan?
My point is, I believe that his testimony in regards to his inability to read or write are not completely candid. I also believe the evidence will show in 2016, Mr. Rivera entered and completed a reading and writing course in federal custody and received a passing grade.
Well, those seem like appropriate things for cross-examination, but I think as to the refreshing the recollection, what I'm going to do at the end of your cross-examination, if there's anything, and I guess we'll do it twice, we'll do it at the end of Garcia's cross-examination, we'll do it at the end of Magbanua's cross-examination, and we'll do it at the end of the redirect. If there's anything you wish to refresh the recollection of the witness by, let me know that, and we'll send the jury out and give you a moment or however long it takes to read to the witness what it is you wish to attempt to refresh his recollection with. And then we'll recall the jury. Now, I'm not necessarily going to remember that. Y'all are going to have to remember that, but that's the only thing I can think of to do. We can't refresh the recollection in front of the jury, but we'll do it at those three stages. Anything else, Ms. Kaplan?
No, Your Honor. Oh, yes.
Yes, Judge, yesterday with Sergeant Corbett, I did some demonstratives. I printed copies and would like to make them just part of the court, part of the record, if that's okay.
All right. Show them as, how have you marked them?
I do court exhibit A and B.
All right, do court exhibit A and B. They're not to go to the jury. They're just for record purposes.
Yes, sir.
All right, if he has further demonstratives, let's make them part of the record in the same way.
Yes, sir.
Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Garcia? Magbanua?
Yes, Your Honor. With respect to the documents for Investigator Sergeant Corbett, if we can get a copy of it, we had asked for that yesterday from the state. We have no copies of those.
Provide them a copy of it, please, Ms. Norris.
Yes, sir.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
We'll start with the jury at 9 o'clock. Let's have the witness on the stand, please.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Rivera, good morning.
Good morning.
I've got up here on the screen. Can you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
I've got up on the screen phone records that have been entered into evidence as Government's Exhibit 128. There's a portion right here.
If he can read that, his eyes are a whole lot better than mine. You can't blow that up a little bit. I think there's a knob there. I've seen him use.
It's through the laptop.
Okay.
The government asked you this on direct examination yesterday, and I just want to confirm that your phone number, or one of your two phone numbers, was 305-570-8153. You recall that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And what's already been entered into evidence is Government's Exhibit 128, are the specifics that AT&T has and that they document and they keep with regards to your phone activity, sir. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
And your phone activity that's documented in this state's exhibit, it includes phone calls as well as text messages. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
You indicated yesterday that you were unable to read and write. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
From the month of May of 2014 till October of 2014, with phone number 305-570-8153. Were you aware that you participated in 7,885 text messages back and forth?
Yes, sir.
And you'll agree with me, a text message is a nonverbal communication?
You can talk to the phone and it'll spell it out for you.
And that's your testimony that that's what you did in every single text message?
Yes, sir. I had an iPhone.
And what about receiving text messages? They were also voicemails. That's your testimony?
Yeah, they read it out to you.
And you indicated also that you were attempting to get your GED, but we interrupted your education
Yes, sir.
in your testimony yesterday. In 2016, while in federal custody, did you take any classes with regards to reading and writing?
I've been doing that my whole life, though. I'll tell you that.
So you've been taking classes to read and write your whole life. Isn't it true that in 2016, while in federal custody, as part of the federal program, you received passing grades with regards to reading and writing courses?
I get help. I got a tutor.
So you didn't really answer my question. I see that you had a tutor, but the answer is yes, correct? You received passing grades
Yes,
in
sir.
reading and writing.
Yes, sir. I had a tutor.
And yesterday, when the government asked you to read a document, your testimony under oath was that you can't read and write, correct?
I can.
So let's go back to what we were talking about yesterday with regards to your June 4th trip. And that's the trip that you took in a Nissan, I believe it was Sentra, correct?
I guess so.
Now, you didn't rent the Nissan, correct?
No, sir.
But in the July trip, you did rent the Toyota Prius, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was your testimony yesterday that you rented it while Mr. Garcia was around the corner waiting for you outside of the rental place, correct?
Yes, sir.
Show the jury.
Before you, why don't let the technician handle that instead of you switch to the Elmo type function?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Rivera, you filled out this document alone while Mr. Garcia was around the corner, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you wrote your name right here
Yes, sir.
where it says renter's name.
Yes, sir.
You didn't write the name and where the unit number is, correct?
What unit?
Right next to it, to the right, where it says unit number. You didn't mistakenly put your name where it says unit number. You put your name where it says name, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's because you read the word name and you knew to write your name next to
No,
it.
I asked the guy where do I write my name and everything. He told me fill it out right here. Is what you put your name and your address.
So all this was at the assistance of somebody else, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rivera, can you read that?
It's my name.
What does it say?
Louis Rivera.
You can't read this whole thing?
My name, Louis Rivera.
Your name, so it says my name is Luis Rivera?
Yeah. It's like a third grade level.
Hold on. But it's your testimony now, but where it says renter's name right here, you needed assistance.
Yes, sir. At that time I needed it. I'm taking classes now to learn how to read and write.
When you took your final exam in your GED level course in federal prison, was your tutor there with you when you passed?
Yes,
Did
sir.
he take your exam with you?
He was right next to me.
Government's Exhibit 83. It's going to be your testimony that the person that budgeted also helped you fill out this form?
Yes, sir.
Couldn't do it on your own?
No, I can't.
And it's your testimony that you asked the person at the budget to read the documents so you could fill out exactly what you needed to
Yes,
fill
sir.
out.
I asked him.
I'm listening. On the June 4th trip, did you ever indicate that Sigfredo drove the whole way?
June 16th?
The June 4th trip, have you ever previously said that the person that was driving the entire trip was Sigfredo Garcia?
He rode halfway and I rode the other half.
Have you ever indicated in previous statements that he was the only person that drove?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And today was the first time when the prosecution showed you that you actually got the ticket, that your testimony was that you drove the second half, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And isn't it also true that in other statements that you've given, you indicated that you received the ticket on the July 14th trip, correct?
Yes, sir.
So let's talk about June 4th. Had you previously testified that you arrived in Tallahassee in the early morning time?
Yes.
All right. And your previous testimony had been that you'd arrived around 9 or 10 in the morning, correct? Maybe earlier?
Yeah, I said that.
Okay. And that your previous testimony was when you got there that you kept partying, right, for a little bit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you guys went to sleep for about an hour before you headed out, correct?
I don't remember that. I said an hour?
But
I
you
don't
went to
remember.
sleep for a little bit, correct?
Probably.
So arrived in Tallahassee in the early morning hours, kept drinking and doing cocaine, and then slept for a little bit before you left to go to Mr. Markel's house, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you'll agree with me that when the government showed you your travel citation in Gainesville, about 250 miles away, multiple hours away at 9
How
a.m.
far away, Mr. Singer?
I'm sorry?
How far away?
About
Let's
200
not mislead the witness, please. That's
Well,
not accurate.
Okay. From Gainesville to Tallahassee, right? It's quite a drive, correct?
Yes, sir.
More than 100 miles, if you recall.
I don't know, sir.
So between Gainesville and Tallahassee, multiple hours, and the citations at 9:12 a.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And your testimony changed and your timeline changed yesterday when the prosecution showed you the ticket. Is that correct?
I don't know about my time change, but
Your timeline,
my timeline?
yes. Because you'll agree with me beforehand, you said that you got here in the early morning time, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you received the citation at 9:12, and Gainesville's at least 100 miles, as you indicated. It's quite a drive from Gainesville to Tallahassee, you'll
I guess
agree,
so.
correct? Right. So you'll agree with me that you did not arrive in the early morning time. You were in Gainesville in the early morning time, right?
Yes, sir.
You also indicated on direct examination that Mr. Garcia never used any kind of navigation technology on his phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so it's your testimony that you got to and it's also been your testimony that you've never come to Tallahassee before, correct?
Never been to Tallahassee.
And that Mr. Garcia at no point utilized any kind of electronic media to help him get around in Tallahassee, right?
He never used any electronic, but we did stop in the store.
And you got a map,
Yes, sir.
and you said that he looked at it once and didn't look at it again,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
So your testimony is that Mr. Garcia looked at a map once and never looked at it again.
Yes, sir.
Is Tallahassee like Miami in terms of how the streets are, like avenues and streets, like numbers and like how you can go, I'm going up from 88th Street to 157th Street. They don't have that here, do they?
I don't think so.
And you also testified that you purchased a gun, right?
Yes, sir.
And that you purchased bullets, correct?
Yes,
Just
sir.
saying that, we're not gonna repeat everything you did yesterday. I think we did it 2 or 3 times yesterday. That's enough. Move on.
When you get to the hotel room, the first time, you said that you had somebody purchase the room for you, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And the reason why you would do that was because you wanted to potentially hide, you didn't want to leave any kind of footprint that you were in Tallahassee, right?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's because, according to your testimony, your best friend tells you several hours into a trip that it's not a robbery, it's a homicide.
Yes, sir.
Would you consider that misleading?
What you mean by misleading?
Right. So your testimony has been, and you proffered to this jury that he's somebody that you've grown up with and he's one of your best friends, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you'll agree with me that your testimony in court is that he didn't tell you the purpose of the trip, right?
He didn't tell me at the beginning.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. To get you to go on the trip, he didn't tell you the purpose of it, right?
Yes, sir.
But he did offer you money.
Yes, he did.
And it was your testimony yesterday that the second day that you were there, you didn't feel like going forward with the murder, correct?
Repeat that question again, please.
No problem. It was your testimony yesterday that I believe you said because you're not going to kill somebody because just because he has kids and that you don't know the man. Something like that, but you recall saying that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And based on that statement that you guys called off the purpose of your trip and left Tallahassee, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's your testimony that you were the driving force behind calling this off and leaving Tallahassee?
Well, it was nothing to do with, nothing to be around there for, so we left.
Okay, so let me ask a few questions about that. You indicated that Mr. Garcia had been paid and you saw cash in his pocket, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said it was between $2,000 and $5,000, right?
Yes, sir.
And you got there on June 4th in the morning, right?
Yes, sir.
And between June 4th in the morning and what time did you guys leave on the 5th?
I don't remember the time.
Roughly. Was
I
it
don't remember the
nighttime?
time, sir.
Was it nighttime?
I don't remember the time.
Okay. Do you remember if it was light or dark outside?
I can't remember.
Whose idea was it to leave?
Both of us.
According to you, had Mr. Garcia run through all the money that he'd bought?
Yeah, we was low on cash.
Okay. And you also said that he'd given you some money from his pocket, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'd also said that you had bought your own a substantial amount of narcotics during the trip, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also said that Mr. Garcia had purchased additional narcotics, correct?
Yes, sir.
How much money would you say that he had spent on narcotics?
Ain't no telling right now. It's been a long time.
Okay, well,
Can't remember.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Mr. Rivera, can you guesstimate?
I said, ain't no telling. I can't remember how much money we spent, but we spent money.
Okay, well, what's your definition of money on cocaine?
About $200.
Okay. So as someone that has experience in the drug trade, right?
Yes,
$200 or $300 would be maybe another 8-ball, right?
maybe like 2 or 3.
2 or 3 more 8-balls. So you're at about 15 grams of cocaine for a 36-hour trip, according to you, right?
Probably.
So $200 to $300 on drugs. How much was the room? $100?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Okay. Does that sound about right? Let's be very generous. Let's say $100.
I can't tell you, I don't remember.
All right. It was a motel though, right? It wasn't the W or a 5-star hotel.
There's a hotel, it can be one night for $60, for 2 nights it can be 120.
And you guys stayed there one night, right? June 4th. And you left June 5th, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So one night at a hotel, let's say between 50 and $100. Sound about right?
Yeah,
Okay. And you guys ate at Hooters, right?
yes, sir.
Ate and drank at Hooters. You didn't want to be seen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yet you went to a known restaurant, right?
Yes, sir.
And you said that you guys were there for multiple hours, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you wearing a hat?
Yes, sir.
You wearing a hat?
Yes, sir.
Were you wearing sunglasses?
I don't remember.
You didn't have the mask on at Hooters, did you?
No.
No, right? Okay. So you're in public, being seen in Tallahassee for multiple hours, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You and Mr. Garcia have purchased and consumed, according to you, multiple ounces, almost multiple grams of cocaine, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're, I assume, drinking substantially at this point, correct?
Yes.
After you leave Hooters, where do you go? Back to the room?
Yeah.
Now, what time in the morning do you leave to start your surveillance the next day?
That Friday?
I'm sorry?
And then the murder day?
No, we're talking about the June trip today, sir. What time do you leave?
In the morning,
Yes, sir? What time? Do you remember?
like 7 or 8 around there.
Was this, had you checked out of the hotel when you left in the morning?
I don't remember.
Did you remember, checkout's usually around 11 a.m., right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that morning, you'll agree with me that you hadn't decided whether or not anything was going to happen that day, right? Your plan was you were going to go kill Dan Markel that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you'd planned to go commit this murder, and you weren't sure whether or not it was going to happen, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So did you check out of the hotel, or did you keep the hotel for another day?
I can't remember if we checked out or not. I cannot remember.
Okay. So then you drive over to Mr. Markel's house, correct?
Yes, sir.
To the area, and you conducted surveillance, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you followed him to the daycare center, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you lost him, right?
Yes.
Did you conduct any additional surveillance that day, or did you call it quits?
I don't know if we were in the, okay, I can't remember.
You indicated to the jury on direct examination that it appeared that on that second day, that you felt that this was the wrong thing to do and you didn't want to be involved in killing somebody that you didn't know, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you'll also agree with me that you realized that Mr. Garcia, according to your testimony, wanted you to be the shooter in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as a result of that, you were going to be paid $35,000, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were actually paid $37,000, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you were paid more than you were originally told, right?
Yes, sir.
And as we indicated yesterday, your testimony is that you didn't do the job that you were hired to do. You simply were, in essence, like a chauffeur, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you on Are you on any medication right now?
No, sir.
None?
Not at all.
Were you on any prescribed medication at the time of the June or the July trip?
No, sir.
Give me 1 second, Dave.
You mind?
Have you ever been diagnosed as being bipolar?
Yes, sir.
What about schizophrenic?
Yes, sir.
On the June 5th surveillance that you conducted of Dan Markel, when you said he went to the daycare, did you see him drop the kids off at the daycare?
Yes, sir.
And so he was alone at that time, correct? Because you saw him drop off the kids?
Yes, sir.
Now, you indicated that after you called off the purpose of your trip, you drove back to Miami, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's been your testimony that from June 5th, because that's when you got back to Miami, right? June 5th, the next day,
Yes, sir.
the next night? June 5th, that there was no communication or no discussion with you and Mr. Garcia about anything else until, I believe, the 14th of July?
Yes, sir.
Would it be a fair statement to make that you made it clear, according to your testimony, that you did not want to participate in this job to Mr. Garcia, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then during your direct examination, actually, you kind of went to substantial detail to tell the members of the jury how you felt that this was an inappropriate thing to do, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. Yet when Mr. Garcia, according to your testimony, calls you, you go rent a car immediately, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't tell him, oh man, don't you remember what I told you June 5th? I don't want to be down with this, right? You didn't say that, did you?
No, that's my best friend.
Okay, well, but he was also your best friend on June 5th, right?
Until I'm dead, I'm gone, I guess.
Right, so he was your best friend on June 5th as well, the same day that you said, no, I don't want to do this, and in essence, you guys left, right?
Yes, sir.
5 weeks later, he tells you, let's ride, and you immediately go and rent a car in your name, yes?
Yes, sir, I did.
How many guns did you take the second time up?
One.
One, correct?
Talk about for the murder?
Yes, sir?
I just want to make sure where we at.
I'm sorry?
I just want to make sure where we at.
So you'll agree with me that on the trip, on the June trip, you were extremely cautious about not leaving any kind of fingerprint, okay, or any kind of trace that you were in Tallahassee, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yet on this second trip, you rented a car, right?
Yes, sir.
And whose name did you rent the car in?
My name.
Whose hotel did you rent the hotel room in?
It says my name on it, right?
Were you taking your medication on that day? No, you weren't, right? You weren't
No.
taking any medication that
Not
day?
at all. Just cocaine.
So you consider cocaine to be medication?
Just medication.
Have you been taking cocaine for medication for a long time?
I've been doing cocaine since the age of 15 years old, sir.
And how old are you now?
36.
Would you say that you do cocaine on a daily basis or did cocaine on a daily basis?
Not once in a blue. Not like that. Not every day.
When you say once in a blue, what does that mean?
Maybe on a weekend. Maybe in a party.
So 50 times, well, let's just be conservative. Once a week there's 52 weeks in a year, correct?
Yes.
Right?
I
I mean,
guess.
that's not a trick question. There's 52 weeks in a year. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're saying that you did cocaine once a week, so that's 50 times a year, right?
Yes, sir.
For 20 years?
Yeah, I'm 36.
Okay. So about 1,000 times?
Maybe, yeah.
Now, have you ever testified that you believe, well, who do you believe convinced Mr. Garcia to take this job?
His wife, Katie.
Have you ever said that one of the reasons that Mr. Garcia participated in this murder for hire was that Katie Magbanua indicated that she would get back together with him if he did so?
Have I ever said that? I don't remember.
Do you remember giving a recorded statement to law enforcement on October 4th, 2016?
Yeah.
And during that time, as we indicated yesterday, you were accompanied by your attorney, correct?
Yes, sir.
As well as Detective Isom and Special Investigator Sanford, correct?
Yes, sir.
Give me a minute there.
No.
Can we come inside, bro?
Okay.
May I continue, Judge?
You may.
Thank you. So it's your testimony today, sir, that you don't recall whether or not you
We're not
indicated.
going to repeat his testimony over and over again. Let's sing it and move on.
Will you agree with me that you believe that Ms. Magbanua was a driving force in convincing Mr. Garcia to commit this murder? That's
Yes,
that's
sir.
your testimony,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
It was also your testimony yesterday that immediately after the purported, after you committed the murder, that Mr. Garcia called Ms. Magbanua, correct?
That he called her?
Well, that's the first call he made after the murder, right?
That was the first call.
Okay. And you actually testified that while he was sitting next to you in the Prius, you could hear the conversation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during that conversation, I believe your testimony was something to the effect is it's done, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then it was followed up with, we're getting our money the next day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Nothing about, he didn't say anything to the effect of, you didn't hear, I did it, we're gonna be back together now, right?
No, not at
No.
all.
He didn't tell Katie, listen, I did what you asked me to do, I want to be back together with you, correct?
Not at all. So he hung up the phone and that's it.
Right, and the only contents of the conversation was with regards to money, right?
Yes, sir.
And you'll agree with me that prior to that, you indicated the driving force behind this was him getting back together with Katie, right?
Repeat that question again?
Sure, no problem. I just asked you, wasn't she extremely influential in having him do this, correct?
Yes, sir.
You also, and you'll agree with me that you believe that Ms. Magbanua was extremely influential in decisions with regards to Mr. Garcia, correct?
Yes, sir.
My client was crazy about Ms. Magbanua, correct?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
In love with her.
He still is.
You'll also agree with me that at the time of this situation, Ms. Magbanua wasn't dating my client.
No, not at all.
She was
They were
dating
They were on and off.
on and off. But at the time that this took place, who was she dating?
The dentist.
You keep calling him the dentist. You know his name though, right?
Yeah, I just found out, Charlie.
Charlie. Now, there was a time where you were with Mr. Garcia and you went to a restaurant in Brickell, right?
Yes, sir.
And it was at this time where you saw Ms. Magbanua with Dr. Adelson, correct? Charlie Adelson, the
Yes, sir.
dentist.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever testified that you'd never seen Charlie Adelson?
I ain't never seen him a day in my life. That day we went to the restaurant, I seen Katie. I don't know who he was.
As someone that, well, let me ask you this question. As someone that is a participant, someone that deals drugs, you don't deal drugs on the corner, correct?
No.
You deal drugs to people that you know, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you know Katie Magbanua?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware that Mr. Garcia was unhappy with the fact that she was dating Charlie Adelson?
Of course he was.
Would you say that Mr. Garcia liked Dr. Adelson?
Like him?
Right.
No.
Would you say that would probably be the opposite, that he disliked him?
Yeah, he disliked that man.
He disliked that man.
Yeah, just like he didn't like that man.
Right. He didn't like him. He was angry with him, right?
Yes, sir. Anybody with having a relationship, right?
Correct, but I'm talking about Mr. Garcia.
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say that he was unhappy with her relationship with the dentist, correct?
Yes, sir.
With Dr. Adelson, correct? Charlie
Yes, sir.
Adelson, right?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say that you'd be able to see the anger in his face, correct?
Of course.
You would see that he would be sad, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yet it's your testimony that Mr. Garcia agreed to do an act that the Adelsons wanted, right?
Yes, sir.
Judge, can I get a minute?
No.
It's your testimony that you'd never seen Charlie Adelson, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you would deny selling drugs to Charlie Adelson?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever sell drugs to Charlie Adelson?
Sustained. The objection is sustained.
Can we approach sidebar, Judge?
No. Move on.
Have third parties ever elicited you to purchase narcotics for other people?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're aware that Mr. Garcia was involved in a motorcycle accident, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're also aware that he received a settlement as a result of this motorcycle accident, correct?
A settlement?
A settlement, he got paid.
No, I don't remember that.
You don't remember that? Are you aware, or you indicated that you would have almost daily contact with Mr. Garcia, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'll agree with me that one of the things that he did to make money would be to buy and sell cars, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember how many cars he's bought and sold?
No, not at all.
Would it be more than one?
Yeah.
More than five?
Shit, I don't remember.
The government showed you a picture of 1986 Monte Carlo, a purple one, correct?
Yes, sir.
How much did he pay for that car? Do you remember?
They no more than $3,000.
So around $3,000. And how much did he pay for that motorcycle?
Like 38, $4,000 around there.
You don't remember?
Like 38 or $4,000 between.
And it's your testimony that he gave you 37,000 out of 100?
Yes, sir.
Did you deposit any of that money in the bank?
Nope.
Did you declare any of that money on your taxes?
Nope.
Do you know how the money was given to you?
Cash.
Cash?
Yes, sir.
$100 bills, right?
Yes, sir.
Stapled together?
Yes, sir.
And it was your testimony that the day after the murder that my client and Ms. Magbanua were at Jessica's house, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did Jessica know about the murder?
No, sir. Not at all.
So they did the money drop off at her house, right?
Yes, sir.
So in essence, at that point, you agree with me, Jessica now knew what was going on.
Not at all.
You just showed up and you got, would you normally get large amounts of cash like that?
No, sir.
How much would you make when you would do one of your jacks?
It depends.
10, 15, 20,000?
Yes, sir.
You don't consider that to be a large amount of cash?
Yes.
What's the most money you've ever made doing a robbery?
I don't know.
Well, let me ask you this. Is this the most amount of money you've ever made? And what?
Objection, Your Honor.
I overruled objection to that question.
Is this the most amount of money you've ever made in one setting?
No, sir.
No, sir? Okay. So this is not something that Jessica wrote. This is your wife, right? Your living girlfriend, your baby mama?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So did she ever ask you where you got this money?
She never asked me nothing.
And that's because she knows that you have a code of silence, right?
Yes, sir.
Yet you exposed her, according to your testimony, to this cash exchange. Was that normal?
Repeat that again?
Sure. You exposed her to this money exchange, right?
What you mean by exposure?
She was there,
She was there.
right?
She never seen the money though.
So they gave you a paper bag?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And she didn't see you taking, I mean, the $100 bills were stapled together, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So did she see you taking the staples out of everything?
No, sir.
No.
Not
You went
at
to a
all.
separate room?
Nope. I left them in my car. Grabbed the money and left.
Did you give any of this money to Jessica Rodriguez?
I gave her a few dollars, but she didn't know where it come from. She didn't, nothing.
Obviously, you don't want to get Jessica in trouble, right?
She don't know nothing. Why would I get in trouble?
I'm just asking in general. You wouldn't want her to get in trouble, correct?
I never tell her nothing.
Did Jessica, okay, so you took a plea in this case to 19 years, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you're not going to serve 19 years in Florida State Prison, right?
Maybe, maybe not.
Well, the answer is not, because your plea was to 19 years to run at the same time as your 151-month sentence in federal court, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's do the math here. 19 times 12 is 228. Minus 151 is 77. Divided by 12 is 6.4 years. So you're going to spend less than 6.5 years in Florida State Prison, correct?
If I do all my time in the feds. If I don't, I got to do more time in the state.
Your plea agreement, what we're talking about, not whether or not you get additional time or less time, but what you've agreed with the government. That's what I'm talking about, okay?
Yes, sir. I'm just explaining.
Okay, well, I'm asking what your plea agreement is. Your plea agreement is what you agreed to with the government, correct?
Yes, sir. I said 19.
19. So as we agreed, did you sit down and go over your plea agreement with your attorney? You did that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and he read all the portions of the plea agreement to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you began plea negotiations with the government probably in September of 2016?
Yeah.
And you were arrested, or you were charged, because you were already in prison, right?
Yes, sir.
So you were charged in, was it May or June of 2016?
I think it was June.
It was June, right? Because you'll remember that law enforcement came to federal prison to talk to you in May of 2016, correct?
Yeah.
And when they first asked you about this, you'll agree with me that you denied any involvement, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then from June to September, about 3 months, right?
Yeah.
You decided to become a cooperating witness with the state of Florida, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Did the government make you the 19-year offer before they spoke to you?
Did they make me?
Let me ask the question, sir. Did the government come and tell you, we're going to offer you 19 years, or did they sit down and talk to you and then make you that offer?
They didn't sit down and talk to me at all.
So at no point did you have any communication with the prosecutor?
At all.
That communication went through your attorney, correct?
Yes, sir.
Prior to the October 4th statement that you gave that's videotaped,
Yes, sir.
did you have communication with law enforcement that was not memorialized by video?
Say that again.
Sure. Did you've seen the video, right? The October 4th video?
I ain't really had no, I ain't see nothing. I was in a box. So I never got to see no videos or none of that.
Well, let me ask it this way. Was there ever a time, okay, prior to the recording, where law enforcement asked you questions that went through your attorney, okay, and he came and discussed those questions with you, and then you told your attorney the answers, and then he would go back and tell the police.
Yes, sir.
So your attorney acted as like a mediator, okay, between law enforcement and you, right?
Well, law enforcement would be with me in there, and I talk with my lawyer.
That's not what I asked you.
But you get me confused, man. Come back.
Okay. Law enforcement, was there a time where you were in separate rooms with law enforcement and you were alone with your attorney?
No, law enforcement, he was in the room.
Your attorney was in the room?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the police would come and talk to your attorney, and then he would come alone with you and have discussions, correct?
No, the cop was in the room as well.
Okay. Were you at the open table, or were you isolated and having a private conversation with your lawyer?
No, it was an open table. My lawyer, well, if I have a conversation with my lawyer, it's between me and my lawyer. But the detective was there.
Okay. Do you remember giving a deposition on January 31st, 2018? You remember me taking your deposition?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And you remember when I asked you where prior to the recording, law enforcement, page number, I apologize, 119 lines 11 to 15. Where I asked you where prior to the recording, law enforcement asked questions that went through your attorney, and he came and discussed them with you, and then you told your attorney the answers, and he would go back and tell the police officers, and you answered, yes, sir. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Objection, improper impeachment.
Overruled.
You remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I asked you was, because what I asked you in that question, it appears that the answer is, well, strike that. Was this the same day as the recording? Do you remember?
What recording?
Okay. The October 4th recording. Do you recall if this is the same day?
Yeah.
And you'll agree with me that there are portions of your interaction, according to your own words, that were not memorialized on video, correct?
That it wasn't recorded?
Right.
I don't know if it was recorded or not.
Did they tell you at some point we're turning the camera on?
I believe every time I talk to any detective, it's getting recorded.
Now, between end of September and your statement, you took a ride down I-75 with the police, correct?
Yes, sir.
And during and the purpose of this was to see if you could retrieve the firearm that was used in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'll agree with me that on that day, you spent multiple hours driving up and down I-75, correct?
Yes, sir.
How many miles would you say that you went from Tallahassee all the way south?
A lot of miles, I can say.
Did you get to Tampa?
Probably past Tampa.
Past Tampa. There's a real long bridge that you went over, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Was that multiple hours?
Yeah.
Did they feed you?
Yeah.
You didn't eat prison food, right?
No.
They got you some McDonald's or something?
Yes.
And you actually had them stop at an underpass, which you believed was where the firearm was left, correct?
Yes, sir.
And law enforcement actually found a firearm there, didn't they?
I guess.
You guessed. I mean, they showed you. We found a gun, right?
No, nobody showed me nothing.
Didn't they? But you know that they found a firearm there, right?
I heard they found a gun.
Did they show you that gun to see if that you recognize the gun to be the
No,
gun in this
sir.
case?
No, sir.
Is that did you just take law enforcement to a known dumping ground for Latin Kings to dump firearms?
Latin Kings.
You're a Latin King.
Why you keep saying Latin Kings? They ain't got nothing to do with this. You're wrong. You're wrong, man. This ain't got nothing to do with no Latin Kings.
So
It
you're
got to
not
do with me, Garcia. No Latin Kings.
So you're not answering my question. My
No.
Ask
question
him
was,
a straightforward question.
I said
Think
no.
of that.
I'm sorry?
Ask him another question. Ask him a straightforward question, not an argumentative one, please.
Give me just 1 second, Judge. I just received it now. Your Honor, may I approach?
None?
Mr. Rivera, I'm showing you what's been marked as defense exhibit B. You recognize that?
Yeah,
What is that?
that's a letter.
Who sent this letter?
I did.
And does that have your signature on it?
Yes, sir.
And who did you send this letter to?
Mr. Georgia?
Is this letter in the same condition that it was when you originally sent it?
Probably.
Does it look any different? Does it look altered in any way?
No.
Judge, at this time, the defense moves was previously marked as defense exhibit 3 into evidence.
Stay.
Just my general objection to them introducing evidence during my case in chief, Judge.
No specific objection.
No, Your Honor.
Let me see the exhibit.
Yes, Judge.
I'll admit, Garcia, defense exhibit 3.
Mr. Rivera, that says November 3rd, 2016, right? The numbers up there are consistent. That's the day you sent this letter?
Yes, sir.
And that letter's addressed to Ms. Kappelman, who's the state attorney in this case, this young lady right here.
Yes, sir.
This was a letter that you intended to send her, correct?
Yes, sir.
And whose signature is this down here?
It's mine.
And it says in this letter that since you made a plea deal with the government and you told them everything they wanted to know, and you helped break the case, right? Correct?
Yes, sir.
That you've been in confinement 7 days a week, 3 hours a week to call your family, and that you want to go to general hospital, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because I have another exhibit, if I may approach Mr. Rivera.
You mind?
Mr. Rivera, do you recognize, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as Government Garcia's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
Is that a letter that you wrote to Ms. Kappelman?
Yes, sir.
Is that letter in the same or substantially the same condition as it was when you first sent it?
Yes, sir.
Is that your signature in the bottom right-hand corner?
Yes, sir.
Judge, at this time, I move what's previously been marked as Garcia's Exhibit 4 in evidence.
Any specific objection?
Yes, Your Honor, hearsay and cumulative.
Let me see the letter.
Yes, Judge.
I'll overrule the objection and admit the letter.
Thank you, Judge. And Mr. Garcia, I'm sorry, Mr. Rivera, this letter went directly from you to Ms. Kaplan, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't send it to your attorney, correct?
No.
And in this letter, in essence, you want to get out of confinement, right?
Yes, sir.
And the reason why you said that you were in confinement was because you can help the government, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, show me what's marked as government, I'm sorry, subject to 4, Garcia 4. That's another letter you sent the same day, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you wrote, whose name is that?
Her name,
What's your name?
Katherine,
What's her first name?
Georgia.
Did you write this letter?
Somebody wrote it for me. I just rewrote it.
I'm sorry?
Somebody wrote the letter and I rewrote it.
So that's your actual handwriting?
Yeah.
And in this letter, what's the first sentence say?
Somebody wrote it for me, sir.
Right,
I can't read it.
you can't read it?
No, I had somebody write it for me. And he's the one that told me about it. And he wrote it for me. And I just rewrote it and sent it out.
Well, let me read it.
You don't need to read it. It's in evidence. Move on, Mr. Sangaday.
Well,
Move on. I said, move on.
yes, sir.
We've done this. No, put the letter down.
You testified yesterday that as a result of your cooperation, your life would be in danger, correct?
Yes, sir.
That as a result of you cooperating with the government in this case, that they were going to kill you, right?
They're trying it right now.
I'm sorry?
They're trying to do it right now.
But you're here, right?
Talking to you, yes.
And those 2 letters that you sent Ms. Kappelman, you're asking to be put back in general population, correct?
Yes, sir.
Out of the SHU, out of protective custody.
Yes, sir.
Give me a second. Mr. Rivera, who wrote that letter for you?
The inmate.
You remember the inmate's name?
No, sir.
That inmate was in, I assume he was in the SHU in November of 2016? Do
Yes, sir.
you remember what pod you were in?
G-Pod.
G-pod, okay. On July 14th, 2014, you rented the Prius and came up to Tallahassee?
We're not going to start repeating testimony, Mr.
I
Sangaday.
apologize.
Go to something new.
Where did you stay?
We've done that. Move on. Something new, Mr. Sangaday.
On the day in question, what time did you start following Mr. Markel?
This is something new, I said, Mr. Sangaday.
Do you remember what time you got to Premier Fitness?
Repeat that again?
Sure. Mr. Markel went to the gym, right? Do
Yes, sir.
you know what time you got to the gym?
No.
Were you following Mr. Markel from the daycare to the gym?
Yes, sir.
And it's your testimony that you were in the car with Mr. Garcia?
Yes, sir.
You weren't in the car with another Latin King?
No, sir, man. You bring this Latin King back and forth, man. You got my life in jeopardy right now just because, and yesterday you told me about the same thing. Where's my location at? My life is in jeopardy even worse now because now they know where I'm at. And that's protected custody.
So the answer to my question?
He answered your question. Do you have another question, Mr. Sangaday?
I do. How far behind Mr. Markel were you when he pulled into the gym?
To the gym,
Yeah, to Premier.
a few cars down from him.
So you were, let's say, 100 feet behind him?
Like two cars from me behind him.
2 cars? Would you say 5 seconds behind him?
Yeah.
and you pulled into the parking lot
Yes, sir.
and you testify, well, at any point, did you or Sigfredo Garcia get out of the Prius?
I ain't get off the Prius at all.
Did Mr. Garcia get out of the Prius to urinate
Yes, sir.
in the Premier parking lot?
Yes, sir.
Where were you parked when you did that?
Almost towards the street by a bush.
Was the parking lot empty or full?
I had cars around.
And by having cars around it, you mean there were a lot of cars around it?
Yes, sir.
And will you agree that there are people constantly coming in and out of the gymnasium?
Yes, sir.
And did you see someone who worked as, I don't know if they're security, but there was personnel or someone that was working on staff walking around the parking lot?
I don't remember.
Was it your plan that morning to commit the murder?
My plan?
Yes.
No.
Was this another surveillance day?
For the murder? The day of the murder? That's another day.
I'm sorry?
It's another day.
Was it your plan when you woke up in the morning that that was the day you were going to commit the murder?
No, it was not my plan. We woke up and went do what we got to do.
You had not called or you had not heard anybody call saying today we're going to commit the murder, correct?
No.
After Mr. Markel leaves the gym and you follow him, you pull out, when you see him pulling towards his neighborhood, you pull into another direction, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because you don't want him to be seeing you behind him, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you pull up into 2116 Trescott Ave, right behind his car that's in the garage.
Yes, sir.
And that's where Mr. Markel's killed.
Yes, sir.
And it's your testimony that you are not the shooter.
Yes, sir.
Is there anybody else that could testify to who the shooter is?
That's not an appropriate question, Mr. Sanganet.
Was there anybody else in the car with you?
Garcia's in the car with me.
Anybody other than Garcia?
Nobody else.
So you'll agree that you're the only person that can
Let's go
test.
sidebar, please. I was hoping we could find a stopping point, but I guess we're going to need to take a break. We'll let y'all step out 15 minutes. Everybody be seated. Mr. Sanganet, do you wish to refresh the witness's recollection as to any issues?
Sure, I'm going to withdraw my last question.
Okay, but
I'll do that in front of the.
I've moved on to something different. I'm sorry. Do you wish, I said we'd give you an opportunity at the end of cross-examination to refresh his recollection if you desire by reading to him what it is you wish to use to refresh. If we're gonna do that, let's do it now.
Let me take a look at my notes, Judge.
All right? Yeah. It was turned down. Well, you get her to do it. It turned out there was user error. Okay, okay. Right, I understand, but it's been working. So there's something you're doing that's making it not work. So, okay. But Johanna's the one that helped us fix it the other day. We lose Mr. Singh? Yeah. Where? Ms. Sangaday, do you wish to refresh recollection? Okay, well, let's wait to hear the answer to that. All right, and let me comment on something. There've been a couple of times when you obviously are soliciting information from Mr. Garcia in front of the jury. Don't do that, please. There've been a couple of times where there was something about what car it was or how much paid for the car. You're obviously looking over to Mr. Garcia and getting the affirmation of the correct answer. Don't do that in front of the jury, all right? That's inappropriate, okay? You understand what I'm talking about? All right. All right, we'll take 10 minutes. Everybody be seated, please. Second A.
Can you read me my last question? Sorry. Actually, you know what? I'm fine, Madam Corporal. Thank you. I apologize. I remember where I am. May I proceed, Judge?
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera, you were charged with first-degree murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the government had sought to ask a jury to put you to death, correct?
Yes, sir.
They're seeking the death penalty, right?
Yes, sir.
And were you aware that one of the aggravators that a jury can consider in determining the death penalty is gang affiliation?
Repeat that question,
Sure,
please.
no problem. Were you aware that one of the aggravating factors that a jury can consider in determining whether or not they're going to choose life or death is whether or not someone has gang affiliation? Did your lawyers discuss that with you?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay. But as a result of your negotiated plea, you received a charge of second-degree murder, not first-degree murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
And obviously, your exposure to the death penalty was no longer something you had to be concerned about with regards to this prosecution, correct?
Yes, sir.
Judge, at this point, I'll tender the witness with the right to recall Mr. Rivera.
Magbanua.
If I
I may position for,
What's that?
if I may set up the court.
Sure.
May it please the court, counsel. Mr. Rivera, you've known Sigfredo Garcia since you guys were kids, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I believe you said on direct examination yesterday, you've known him since you were 5 to 6 years old. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
You went to the same school as Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What school is that?
Biscuit Elementary. Biscuit Elementary?
And then did you end up going to, is it high school that comes next?
No, middle school.
Middle school? Didn't go to school here, so I don't know. So middle school, and you completed middle school?
No.
When did you drop out of school?
I was on and off school. I was going to JMI Opportunity School.
Okay, so you went to the JMI Opportunity School,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
what grade did you complete there?
I think I was in the 6th grade over there.
Okay. You also, after, were able to complete a certificate at Turner Tech in Miami, correct?
Turner Tech? No.
It wasn't Turner Tech? What was it?
Out of Miami.
What did you get your certificate in so that you could work at Coastal Masonry?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah. You're right.
Okay, it's Turner Tech, right?
Yeah,
I got
Turner
that
Tech.
right.
Yes, ma'am.
So you are,
Slide forward just a little bit, please, Mr. Rivera.
so you are also able to go to a secondary institution and obtain a certificate,
Yes, ma'am.
and that was in?
Turner Tech, William Turner Tech High School.
But what was the certificate in?
A masonry.
Okay, and you had to take an exam, right?
I didn't, the exam is laying blocks.
Okay,
You gotta lay block.
now, even though you were really close with Sigfredo, you were not close with Katherine Magbanua, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it a fair characterization that you only hung out with her because she was dating Sigfredo on and off?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's remember the names, please.
Oh, full names, I apologize, Your Honor. Now, Katherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia were dating on and off for 10 years, correct? About?
About, yeah.
And they had 2 children together.
Yes, ma'am.
You know about these kids, you've met them before.
Yes, ma'am.
One is their son, Ethan,
Yes, ma'am.
and then they have a daughter, Kaylee.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in 2013, correct me if I'm wrong, this was the time that Katherine Magbanua kicked Sigfredo Garcia out of her house. Does that sound about right?
I don't remember.
Okay. This was a time when she was living with her kids and her mother in North Bay Village. Sound familiar?
Yes, ma'am.
So that would be around a correct assessment, 2013?
I don't remember the year.
Okay. But you do remember that big breakup where she kicked him out?
Yeah.
Okay. And even though Sigfredo Garcia was broken up with Katherine Magbanua, he didn't abandon his kids, did he?
Never.
Never. Family comes first, right?
Always.
Always. And he would still help Katherine Magbanua take care of the kids.
Of course.
And that's because at that time, you remember, Katherine Magbanua was working in the clubs.
Yes, ma'am.
You remember that?
Yeah.
And Sigfredo Garcia actually had to help because she was working at night.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
She needed him to watch the kids.
He's a good father.
He's a good father, and he would do that, right?
Of course.
So
Kids.
is it fair to say that even though they were broken up, they were always in constant communication because of the kids?
Of course.
Now let's talk about where Sigfredo Garcia would get his money from, because it's fair to say he didn't have a steady job, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, at the time when there was this separation between them, he was doing a lot of cocaine, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he was drinking a lot.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is because he was kind of messed up about the breakup, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And if there's something that I say that's not correct, you let me know, okay, Mr. Rivera?
I will let you know.
Okay. Now, isn't it true at this time that Sigfredo was selling cocaine?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you get paid when you're selling cocaine?
How do you get paid when you're selling cocaine?
Yeah, people don't pay you in
Objection.
check?
You want to be heard, it's that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Rivera, now you had a job, a pretty good job at Coastal Masonry, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What is Coastal Masonry?
It's a block company.
And you do primarily construction work, correct?
15 years, yes, ma'am.
And that would be my next question. How long did you work at Coastal Masonry?
15 years straight.
And you were actually working at that job when you were arrested on the federal case in 2015, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you even got Sigfredo Garcia a job at Coastal Masonry, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this was the time frame, correct me if I'm wrong, is in between the two trips.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you had to fire him.
Yes, ma'am.
Why'd you have to fire him?
Drinking on the job.
And you fired him before you went to on the second trip, correct?
I don't remember.
You had to get time off of the second trip, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You had to call your boss and ask him.
Yes, ma'am.
He didn't have to because he wasn't working there.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, around the time of the June trip, the first trip is what I'm going to keep calling it, okay? So that we can keep the two separate. Sigfredo did not have a job at that time.
No, ma'am, I don't think so.
And at that time, Katie, like you said, was dating the dentist, is what you called him.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And you knew what his name was at the time because Sigfredo Garcia told you what his name was.
I did not remember his name. We just called him the dentist. That was
But
his name.
the only way you could have known the name would have been from Sigfredo Garcia.
He said it was a dentist.
Okay.
Never gave me a name
He never gave
until
you a
later
name.
on in the future.
All right. You recall giving a deposition in this case in March of this year in Tucson, Arizona?
Yeah.
Remember I was there? That's the first time we met?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. DeCoste was there?
Yes, ma'am.
Remember the court reporter that was there?
Yes, ma'am.
And she took down everything we said?
Yes, ma'am.
You swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before you gave that testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? The same oath that you took today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm referring court and counsel to the March 22nd deposition, page 31. And I'm starting at line 16 down to 24. Question. Did he give you at the time any specifics with who? Answer. Yes, he told me the dentist. I forgot his name. He said his name. I'm bad with names. He said the dentist. We'll just keep it like that. Did he tell you it was our boss? Yes. You remember telling us that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is that accurate? You told us that he did tell you at the name at the time, but you just couldn't remember.
I'm bad with names.
And you referred to him as her boss. He eventually became her boss. That's how Sigfredo would refer to him as, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's common knowledge amongst everyone that knew Sigfredo Garcia and Katherine Magbanua that she was working for Charlie Adelson, the dentist.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you said on cross-examination, Sigfredo Garcia was very jealous of Charlie Adelson.
Yes, ma'am.
He was very angry that they were dating, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to talk to you about that incident where you were in a truck with Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
Whose truck was that?
Sigfredo.
Was that a Dodge truck?
Yes, ma'am.
Black truck?
Yes.
All right. And you didn't know where you were going when he picked you up, right?
No, ma'am.
All of a sudden you're parking and you are observing Katherine Magbanua eating with someone, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Isn't it true that Sigfredo Garcia said, look at Katie over there with the dentist?
Yes, ma'am.
Didn't he say, I feel like taking my truck and running these motherfuckers over to the restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
He also said, I should get this truck and just smash them and run their asses over while they're eating.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's fair to say that he was angry.
Yes, he was.
You had to talk him down. Isn't that true?
Yes, ma'am.
You had to stop him from running them over.
I was in that truck. I was not gonna do nothing like that.
And they didn't even know that you guys were there. Or you don't have any indication that they knew that you were there, right?
Didn't know if they knew we were there or not.
Okay. I mean, no one jumped out the car and approached them or anything like that.
No, ma'am.
Now, at this time too, when this breakup is going on, isn't it true that Sigfredo Garcia was dating who you termed as Shrimp?
Shrimp, yes, ma'am.
Isn't her real name Stephanie Carmona?
I ain't know her real name.
The other nickname is Tati, is
I
what you
know
know
that.
her as?
I know Tati, yeah.
What does she do for a living?
Like a
Objection,
stripper,
irrelevance.
Overruled.
a stripper, like
Okay.
dance.
And he started dating her, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point, he actually moved into her apartment.
Yes, ma'am.
Where was her apartment?
I must sustain the relevance objection at this point. Move on, please.
And Your Honor, it would be over my objection because there was no objection.
Well, I earlier denied her relevance objection. I think it's reached a point where I agree it's become irrelevant, so I'm sustaining her objection.
Now, in 2015, when the accident happened with Shrimp on the back, right? The bike accident.
Yeah.
Shrimp was on the bike with Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And this was in January of 2015,
I don't remember the month.
but it was in 2015
Yeah, before I got locked up.
before you got locked up. Okay. And Katherine Magbanua did not approve of his relationship with this woman, did she?
What you mean to prove? Like she ain't want with him?
Well, yes. I mean, she wasn't happy. She wasn't okay with him dating Shrimp, was she?
No, I guess.
Or you don't know?
I don't really know, to be
Okay.
honest.
But Mr. Garcia and Shrimp were still together in 2015 because they were on the bike together.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, your daughter, you have a daughter that was born in June of 2014, correct?
Yeah,
Lulu.
June 27th.
And so I don't say your name, we can refer to her as Lulu is her nickname, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Lulu was actually born on June 27th of 2014.
Yes, ma'am.
That is right dab smack in the middle of the two trips, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So it'd be fair to say that that's a good reference point for your memory because you remember your daughter being born, right?
Of course.
And your daughter actually was born with a hole in her heart, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she was in the hospital for a while.
Yes.
You were there every day.
Yes.
You remember that happening.
Of course.
All right. And of course you were there because you know how important it is to be a father to someone's kids, right? To your kids.
Of course, my baby girl.
Right. You don't only have one kid, do you?
No, ma'am.
How many do you have?
I got 5.
All right. And you take your role as father seriously?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, before we go any further, I would like to go over a timeline because I think this is going to assist. And this is just, I'm just going to be dealing with the different statements that you've given in this case. And Your Honor, I just want to make sure you can see.
No, I don't.
Okay, you ready? Now, before I go into the details of your participation in Dan Markel's execution, let's start with where all your statements were, okay? May 27th of 2016, you were in a federal detention center at Coleman in Orlando, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. At this point, you're already sentenced to 12 years in prison on your federal case.
12 and a half.
12 and a half, okay, thank you. And and this is a conviction for conspiracy, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we'll get back to those details. But on that date, okay, 2 detectives came to speak to you at Coleman, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And they specifically asked you about your involvement in a homicide in Tallahassee, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You flat out denied knowing anything about no murder.
Of course.
Okay, so on 5/27, it's fair to say you gave no information.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. They read you your rights?
That day they see me, no.
They did not read you your rights?
Shit. Yeah, I think so.
Okay, does it, I mean, you know what your rights are.
Of course.
All right, so, but you don't know if,
I just don't remember.
all right. And you knew that that statement was recorded.
Everything is recorded.
All right, and I know you say that, but just to make sure it's clear for the jury, I'm going to ask, and you need to let me know if you think it was recorded or you know it was recorded, okay? So did you know that on 5/27 it was recorded?
I think everything is recorded.
Okay, so it's a think.
Everything is recorded.
Everything is recorded, okay. Did you see a tape recorder or anything in front of you?
They hide everything.
Okay, they had everything. They're the FBI. So let's now move on to what happens next. Then after 527, you've denied everything, right? Were you then charged with the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You, along with Sigfredo Garcia, are then transferred to Leon County, where you are right now, detention facility,
Yes, ma'am.
to face the charges, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And isn't it true that your warrant and everyone's warrant was released to the media?
Yes, ma'am.
Because your family called you and told you about it, right?
Of course.
And they spoke to you about all of the state's theory of what they thought the case was, right?
Yes, ma'am.
They could read it for themselves.
Yeah.
And Mr. Zanganeh brought out, you were made very well aware of the fact that the state was seeking the death penalty against you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
They were trying to kill you,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Now, your case is set for trial, all right? And you are appointed a lawyer by the state,
Yes, ma'am.
and that would be Mr. Collins.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you had two Collins representing you. Do you remember who was the primary attorney on your case?
Chuck Collins.
Chuck Collins, okay. Just, I want to make sure I'm referring to the correct one, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, before you took your plea, you and your lawyer went over all your evidence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you're not going to take a plea unless you know what the evidence is against you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And your lawyer is under an obligation to go over all of the evidence with you.
Of course.
Did he show you any videos or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
No?
No.
Okay. But you went over at least all the reports and everything that was written down.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's because when you take a plea, courts ask, do you understand what the evidence is against you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, so now we're moving to August 8th, okay? You signed a proffer agreement on August 8th, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, that had your signature on it, and it basically said that whatever you are going to tell the prosecution, you had immunity for it. Is that correct?
I don't remember.
You don't remember. Okay, so I have the document in front of me, and is it fair to say that the document, if your signature is on it, would be an accurate reflection
Yeah.
of what it said?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to move on just for now, and then we'll take that up a little later, all right? But your understanding was, I mean, let me know, you were just going to talk to them without any protection?
Yeah. I need no protection. Like, I wasn't worried about protection, but now that all this came out to the media and everybody knows, I need protection.
Okay, and just so that while I have you on the stand, just to make sure, Your Honor, may I approach? Just for him to identify something, I'm not moving anything into evidence.
You given this a number?
Mr. Rivera, I'm showing you what has been marked as a defense exhibit. It's defense exhibit number 3. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
You see what I'm showing you?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this the first time you've ever seen this before?
No, ma'am.
Okay, this signature right here, is that your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, now, let's talk about the setup on that day, all right? So you agreed to talk to the prosecution. This is August 8th, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your lawyer was there,
Yes.
and you were in a room with your lawyer, right?
Yes.
And the prosecutor and the investigator were actually in the other room. Isn't that true?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't remember the questions that they asked you?
No, ma'am.
You don't remember the answers that you gave?
No.
But you do remember that there was a back and forth.
Yes, ma'am.
And then before you would give your responses, you discussed it with your attorney. He would then give the answer over, and then it would just kind of go like a tennis match,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Now, at that time on August 8th, okay, and we put question marks because you don't remember what you said and what they said, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you and the prosecutor, one thing we know, were not able to come to an agreement at that time.
Yes, ma'am.
That's true, right?
That's true.
So your case is continuing in the trial path.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Then you have another meeting like that, the one I just described with the prosecutors in late September. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Now I'm going to ask you again, just so the record is clear, that wasn't recorded either, or it was?
Everything's recorded to my knowledge.
Okay. So then the next day on September 30th of 2016, isn't it true that Detective Isom and Agent Sanford came to the Jefferson County Jail to take a statement from you? You remember that? Or did they pull you out of the jail? You tell me.
No, I was in the jail.
You were in the jail when they took, this was before you go on the ride along with them.
Yeah.
Okay, so on that timeline, they meet with you in the jail and you provide them with a statement, right?
Yeah.
And the detectives are asking you all these questions, right?
Yeah.
But it's not recorded.
Oh, I don't know about that. Well, it's like I told you, to me, my knowledge, everything's recorded.
Do you remember if Detective Isom or Agent Sanford, you know who those individuals are, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you remember if you saw them taking down notes?
I can't remember.
Okay. Now, after that meeting, isn't it true that you said you wanted 15 years for this?
Yeah.
Now, 15, I mean, you're already serving 12.
Yes, ma'am.
And so 3 would just be, I mean, if you get the gain time, if you do, you know, it's going to kind of line up. You wouldn't really spend too much time in state custody, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You tell them at that time that Garcia is the shooter, Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the very next day, or it's not the next day, I think it's October 2nd, they actually come back to you and say that they're willing to offer you 19, right?
I think they tried to offer 25 and I denied it.
Okay, but then after October 1st, they came back to you and now the deal was had at 19 years.
19, yeah.
Did they tell you what happened on October 1st?
No.
Did they, did
I don't remember.
you know that Katie was arrested on that day? After you spoke to them?
I don't think so. I don't remember.
You don't remember, okay. Now, at that time, you sign an agreement, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the plea cooperation deal that you made with the state, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's actually a signed document with your signature on it.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sure your lawyer went over it with you, right?
Yes.
And it spells out what is expected of you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, do you remember the details of that proffer agreement?
No, ma'am.
That cooperation agreement? You do not, okay? So, but you do remember signing it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm going to come back to that a little later, all right? So let's now talk now, and the final remaining statements, just so that I get your agreement on them so that we know it's accurate. November 29th, 2016, you meet in front of a grand jury to provide sworn testimony, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You remember doing that?
Yes, ma'am.
Then on January 31st of 2018, you provided a depo to Mr. Zangane, deposition,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, where he sat down and he was asking you questions with a court reporter, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then on March 22nd, 2019, that's when we took your deposition, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Same rules applied. You understand what your responsibilities were to tell the truth, correct?
Yes.
And I want to make sure I didn't miss anything out. I did leave one out. Actually, the only recorded statement that the cops took on October 4th, after you've cut the deal, right? You, Detective Isom and Agent Sanford and your lawyers finally sit down in a room, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And record your statement for the first time. According to them, it's the first recording we have of your statement.
I guess. I don't know.
Doesn't object. I think he's answered the question that he doesn't know. He presumed everything was recorded.
Sustained.
Okay. Have you seen that recording?
No.
You know that recording was released to the media?
Yes, my family told me.
Your family saw it, right? Now, your family, who is the closest one you're to?
My sister.
Your sister, which one? Maria?
Yes, ma'am.
Maria Rivera, she is your closest sibling, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, so now we're gonna start jotting some things down, and I want to keep this very organized with trip 1 and trip 2, okay? Now, isn't it true that around this time in 2014, you were using Molly like candy?
I was in Molly like candy.
Mm-hmm.
Not like candy, but I use it.
You remember giving a statement in the deposition in Arizona? When I was there, Mr. DeCosta was
Yeah, I
there?
know you were there.
Okay.
I remember you being there. I ain't forget that.
You never said that?
I said, I did not forget you being there.
Okay. Is it your testimony you did not say that?
No, I did.
Oh, you did say it. Okay, so I
I
don't
took
need to-
Molly's, but not like candy. I don't remember saying like candy, but I don't remember saying like candy, but I took Molly's.
Okay. So I am going to refer the court and count as all counsels to page 41. Where's 41? Okay. So what about Molly? Lines starting at line 4 and ending at 7. So what about Molly? MDMA. Oh yeah, Molly. We'll take Molly like candy. I forgot about Molly. Remember that?
I just say I forgot about it.
Okay. You also were doing cocaine.
Yep.
Now, I want to start, the major thing is the first time you found out from Sigfredo Garcia that you were going to Tallahassee to execute a father, a man that you did not know, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
In direct examination, I don't know how we're gonna do this because you testified to 2 things. At first, you testified that you found out that it was a murder on the way up to Tallahassee. Remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then on cross-examination with Mr. Zangane, you testified that you found out about it when you reached Tallahassee. You remember that?
I said that yesterday.
Yep.
No,
Oh.
that's an improper question. The jury will remember what was said. It's not for you to
But-
say what was said, Ms. Kawach.
Okay. Now on November 29th of 2016, you provided grand jury testimony, correct?
Yesterday, my grandma died. Yes, I remember.
You remember. And there was a court reporter there. She took down everything you said. You knew what your obligation was, which is to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was actually almost 3 years ago. It was 3 years ago.
3 years ago.
Okay. Now, on that date, you remember that you said, I found out about it on half the way up. Remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, on September 30th of 2016, you told the detectives that you found out about the murder on the departure date, but you got more details on the drive up. You remember telling them that?
I don't remember.
All right. Then on 10/4, the recorded statement, you said you found out before you even left Miami and even before Garcia rented the car, correct?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember saying that on the recorded statement?
I don't remember.
Okay. So we'll take that up a little later. Now on January 31st, you then go back and say that you find out about the murder on the drive up. You were by Orlando. You remember that?
I don't remember for real.
Okay, so now you don't remember what you said in the depositions?
No, it been 5 years ago. I can't remember all of this.
Well, let's talk about the deposition that you gave a few months ago with me in March of 2019.
Let's go.
You said you found out the murder halfway up on the drive.
Yeah, I remember telling you that.
Now, Sigfredo Garcia told you on several occasions, on your different statements, that Wendy Adelson was the person financing this murder for hire thing. Is that true?
Repeat the question again, please.
That Sigfredo Garcia told you that Wendy Adelson was the person financing this murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But on 9/30, when you were talking to the detectives, you referred to her as the woman with 2 kids that wanted her ex-husband killed. Remember you told them that?
Yes, ma'am.
Then on 10/4, you said Sigfredo Garcia told you that he got the money from the lady and he never said her name. That's what you said on 10/4, right?
I don't remember.
Don't remember. Then on 11:29, that's when you say that Garcia told you that the money came from Wendy.
Yeah,
Then on January 31st, you said Sigfredo said again that Wendy was going to pay. Remember that?
yes, ma'am.
But then in March of 2019, you told us the dentist's sister wants her kids back. That's what you said.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, on the drive up, you previously testified that Sigfredo was constantly on the phone with Katherine on the drive up.
He was on the phone from time to time with Katherine.
Okay, so your words back then were constantly on the phone. So is your testimony today, because this is important, is that he was sometimes on the phone with her?
He was on the phone. He was on the phone.
A lot?
Yeah.
Okay. That will be reflected on his phone records, right?
Should be.
It should be. Okay.
Not if you got a throwaway phone.
Did he have a throwaway phone?
Yes, ma'am.
But he only had one phone, right?
That one phone's a throwaway phone.
Just the throwaway phone.
Yes, ma'am.
What was the other phone that he had that was connected to the actual line that he had? Describe it for me.
We had two phones. I had
know.
two phones. He got two phones.
What phone did you have?
I got two phones.
I know you had two phones, but one was an iPhone, right?
Both of them was iPhone.
Oh, okay. So do you remember what type of phone he had? I know you said there's a
It's
throwaway.
A flip phone.
A flip phone.
Yeah,
Okay. But you clearly remember that on the trip, the phone that he had
it's a flip phone.
was a flip phone. That's not the burner phone.
That is a burner
That
phone.
is the burner phone.
Yes, ma'am.
The one that's not connected to the line that everybody knows.
But yes,
Okay. Now, on every single statement that you've ever made, except for the ones where you don't remember and that you denied everything, up until yesterday, you have consistently said that Garcia drove the entire drive up on the first trip.
yes, ma'am.
It's only until they showed you the traffic ticket that you got that you changed and said, oh, wait, I may have driven on the first trip.
Yeah, I drove the other half. I didn't remember. It's been a long time. I really didn't remember. But yeah, I did drove the other half. We had stopped. Like, man, I'm tired. Take the other half. And I took the other way all the way up.
Okay, but if I go through each one of those statements, it will say that you said Garcia drove the entire way up.
I could say that I said it. I didn't remember
Okay, but
until I got the ticket.
until
I
you
seen
got the ticket.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, your lawyer didn't go over that with you? The ticket?
Yeah.
He did go over it
He
with you?
told me.
Okay,
But I thought I got the ticket on a Prius.
but it says
I was
what car
confused.
that you have on the ticket.
I know, but I was confused.
Now, one thing that may have affected your ability to remember things is, let's talk about how much drugs you were using on the trip, okay? Now, you testified that you were, I mean, I don't know how much 15 grams are, but that sounds to me like it's a lot of cocaine. Is it a lot?
Not really.
It's not a lot? Okay. How much would that street value
That's
be?
a half an ounce.
Half an ounce. Okay, that I can better visualize how much that is. Okay. Now, it wasn't just cocaine though. I know yesterday you said you weren't smoking weed, but that's not true, is it?
No, I didn't smoke no weed. I was on probation. I couldn't smoke weed.
Okay. So your testimony today is you did not smoke weed, right?
No, I didn't smoke no weed.
Okay. You gave a statement, a recorded statement to the detectives in this case on October 4th of 2016, correct?
Yeah.
The detectives were there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Your lawyer was there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, before they even put you on record, they explained to you what the consequence was for lying, right?
Yes, ma'am.
They explained to you that you'd be facing a misdemeanor perjury charge is what they told you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now I'm referring court and counsel because it's recorded, right? And you told the truth at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. To page 14 of the October statement, starting at line 12 and finishing at line 16. And I said, all right, let's ride. Got in the car and he drove. I was on the passenger side. I was rolling a blunt and we drove. I was drinking the whole night that way.
I don't think I smoked. I can't remember. I don't think I smoked because I know I was on probation.
But you were drinking and driving while you were on probation.
Yeah, you can drink it. Don't come out of my P test.
Can you possess a firearm while you are on probation?
No, not at all. You can't
But
do
you-
nothing when you're on probation.
But you possessed a firearm though.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Sigfredo Garcia was also drinking and doing drugs as well too, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you weren't taking any medication at that time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, the next thing I want to ask you, and this is on the first trip, is about the paper that you said Sigfredo Garcia pulled out. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I think you said that it had a picture on it
Yes, ma'am.
and that there was an address on it, is what you think it was.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? And no one asked you, but what did the picture look like?
Excuse me?
What did the picture look like?
A picture of him,
I know. Describe it.
a regular piece of paper
Okay?
with a picture of him and the address.
It was in black and white or color?
Black and white. I think so.
Now, you had no idea who Dan Markel was at that time.
At all? No.
You didn't even know the name.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, on September 30th of 2016, you told the detectives it was a color picture.
I told him either black and white or color. I did not remember. I told him just like that.
Hold on, because I need to write this down because it's not recorded. That you told the detectives it was either a color
Or black and white.
picture or a black and white. You didn't know. That's what you told them.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, on October 4th, 2016, you said it was black and white, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. But in deposition with me, you described this in detail that it was in color.
I can't remember that if it was black and white. So y'all kept throwing just throwing at me. So I told you it was black. I told you it was in color.
So you weren't truthful when you told me that?
Yeah, it was truthful, but I couldn't remember if it was black and white or in color. Just like I told the detective and I told you.
But just so that it's clear, because I'm not understanding right now, you answered my question
Yes, ma'am.
and you said it was in color.
Yes, ma'am.
Remember at the end of the deposition, I asked if there's anything you needed to change?
Yes, ma'am.
You also remember if I said if there's anything important that you need to change, you let me know?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you didn't do that.
I don't have your, how,
The page in line.
That would be in the, what are we on, the color? Oh, that would be on the March deposition at page 87. You're welcome.
87?
87. You just make sure I
Bottom
don't
of
want
the
to
page.
be leaving anybody. Hold on. 10-4. 322. And I want to make sure the record is clear. Hold on.
Judge, I'm gonna object to improper impeachment. I don't think this is inconsistent. I would ask that the answer be read.
Hold on.
Let's be verbatim, read the question.
Yes,
and the
hold on, Your
answer.
Honor, because I don't have it highlighted.
Line 24, what I'm looking at.
Oh, okay, yes, I'll read it. Thank you, Ms. Catherine. So at the end of page 87 and the beginning of page 88, was the picture in color or black and white? Shit, sorry. It's been a while. That's in the transcript, Judge. Probably was in color. I think he had a white shirt on. I'm not too sure.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now let's talk about, I think we already talked about the cell phones. You had 2 and he had 1.
Yes, ma'am.
This is on trip 1, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, the next topic I want to talk about is the number of guns that you brought on the trip, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we've already established that you're on probation in Miami-Dade at this time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And even though you testified in court that you found out on the trip up, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's not true because you actually got the gun before you left. Isn't that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so before even leaving, you went and obtained the firearm that was used to kill Dan Markel.
Yes, ma'am.
And the reason you went and got another gun is because the gun that Sigfredo Garcia showed you, you said that wasn't good for a killing, correct?
I thought it was a big ass gun.
And that it would blow someone's brains out, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you told him.
Yes, ma'am.
So you then suggested, let me go find a better gun to kill someone else.
He told me to find a smaller one, and I went and got another one.
Okay. So you go into the street, right? This is the day of the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, no, this is
No.
the day before you leave on the first trip. And you go to some kid in Overtown, is what
Yes,
you
ma'am.
said? Okay. You don't know this person's name?
No, ma'am.
We'll never be able to find them,
No, ma'am.
but you bought a gun from him in cash.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So way before you even leave, you know what you're going to Tallahassee to do.
To rob somebody. I'm thinking we finna go rob somebody.
So even still now, your testimony is that you didn't know it was a murder until you went up?
Until I got in that car and we spoke about it going up there.
But couldn't you only use one gun for a robbery? Why you need two?
There's two people,
So
me and him.
if you're gonna take someone's money, you just need to point one gun at them, right?
What happened if they pull on you?
You have got your gun?
We took two guns, ma'am.
Okay, well, you're the expert. So, now, not only did you buy the gun before you left, you went and bought the bullets, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But we'll talk about that when we get to the second trip. So you come up to Tallahassee now, and you have been consistent that 2 guns on the first trip. Everybody had 2 guns, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Mr. Zanganeh put up on the projector your phone records. You saw that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you know that the prosecution, and you know from the evidence, that they have your phone records of you pinging up in Tallahassee.
Yes, ma'am.
Your lawyer went over that with you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And would you be surprised for me to tell you that you were only on the first trip in Tallahassee one night?
I can't remember that.
Okay, but would the phone records be more accurate? Because they can't change the phone records, right?
Guess not. I don't know.
Okay, so we can rely on the phone records as to how long you really stayed in Tallahassee.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. One thing we do know is that you did get a traffic ticket at around 9 o'clock in the morning. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So the map situation. All right, so yesterday you testified that he didn't need a map.
Nobody never asked me for no map. He said, electronic.
Okay, so you know on 9:30 you told the detectives no need for a map at all. He drove straight to the hotel.
No, I think I told him we stopped and got a map in the store.
Okay, so another thing you told the detectives was that you stopped
And got a map.
and got a map. Okay. Okay. Now, another thing that you testified to is Garcia scoping out Dan Markel's house.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're sure that this happened on the first trip?
No, I'm not sure.
Now you're not sure. Okay. Now I want to ask you about something else that you talked about. Well, I'm actually can't remember if you talked about. Was there an incident in Tallahassee where you pulled 2 guns on 4 people?
Objection, relevance?
Overruled.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know if that was the first trip or the second trip?
First sure.
First trip. Okay. So let's talk about that. Garcia had left the hotel room,
I'll
right?
sustain the objection at this point.
Your Honor, may
I
we go,
sustain the objection.
can we go sidebar?
No. Move on.
You never mentioned that incident to the detectives in September, did you?
Objection.
Sustain.
Okay, so now let's talk about the second trip. You knew from the first trip, because you testified on this on direct, that Dan Markel was a father, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You knew he had 2 kids.
Yes, ma'am.
So in the month span between the first trip and the second trip, you yourself had a baby, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then when Sigfredo Garcia came to you to ask you to go back to Tallahassee to execute this father, you had no problem with it, did you?
That's my best friend. I took the ride with him.
So you
He
had
said he
no
only
problem
trusts
with
me,
it.
so I took the ride with him.
So you had no problem with it.
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't call the police? Did you?
No.
You didn't try to talk him down like you did with the car.
No, ma'am.
And you probably could have, but you didn't.
No, ma'am.
So now you're driving up to Tallahassee to kill this man that you don't know. And correct me if I'm wrong, in between that time, you never had any face-to-face meetings with Katherine.
No, ma'am.
Okay, never even spoke to her.
Nope.
Okay, so before you leave on this trip, you go and rent the Prius.
Yes, ma'am.
It's in your name.
Yes, ma'am.
You drove.
Yes, ma'am.
The gun used to kill Dan Markel, that was your gun, right?
That I bought in the corner. Yes, ma'am.
The one you bought,
Yeah.
The
Not
one-
my gun.
the one you bought the bullets for.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The gun, the other gun, what you called it, the long nose,
Yes, ma'am.
that wasn't used.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now let's talk about how many guns were taken on the second trip. How many guns were on the second trip?
I think we took one.
Okay, so your testimony today is that you think you took one.
Yeah.
Okay. You remember giving a deposition, in this case on January 31st of 2018 with Mr. Zanganeh?
Yeah, I remember taking a decision with him.
Okay. And you swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth like you're doing today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Court and Counsel, page 94. Lines 3 to 10. Garcia, he had the gun, the little small one, the black one, not the long nose. No, he busted. Who had the long nose? He did. He had both of them by his leg. He had both guns? Yeah.
That was the first trip.
Would you like me to go back further and give you a little more context?
No, ma'am.
Because this is when you were talking about the shooting of the hole in the bottom of the Prius.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's the second trip. And Your Honor, I can hear Ms. Kappelman saying things behind me. If we could ask her to just keep it down. Okay, thank you. Okay, now, on this second trip, isn't it true that you brought with you masks and hoodies?
Yeah, I always kept them in my car regardless.
Okay, but you brought them with you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And this would be in an attempt to conceal your identity?
Yes, ma'am.
But you never told the detectives about that on 9/30, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. You didn't tell them about it in September?
I don't remember.
Okay, we'll make it easy. The first time you ever talked about bringing hoods and masks and all of these things was January 31st, right?
I think I brought them, but I don't remember telling them nothing about no mask.
So I can ask the detectives.
Hey, you can ask them.
Another thing that you testified to now, how was Mr. Garcia's phone communication with Miss Magbanua on the ride out? They talk a lot?
Yeah,
How much?
I don't remember.
Okay, and all of this will be reflected on his phone, or did he have a throwaway phone this time?
I had a throwaway phone.
Okay, and how did you know it was Katherine Magbanua he was talking to?
He's the only person he's talked to is her. He don't talk to nobody else.
He doesn't talk to his girlfriend Shrimp?
Not in that phone.
Doesn't talk to his mom?
No.
Okay, so the only phone number in his phone records should be Catherine's, right?
I mean, if he on the throwaway phone, you ain't gonna find. I don't think you'll find some phone numbers.
Well, then Catherine wouldn't be calling him on his regular phone if she knows about the throwaway, right?
She called him on the throwaway. They had
Okay.
a throwaway phone.
So there should be no records of any calls with Catherine on his real
I
phone.
can't tell you that.
What was Catherine Magbanua's phone number back then?
The last four, I can tell you, I think it was 13, 16, or 16, 17, around there.
Okay. Now, the first day on the second trip, okay, you say that you went and you scoped out the house, right?
The first trip,
Second trip now.
Second
We're
trip.
not, I'm done with the first trip. We'll just focus on the second trip, okay? So now you've driven up to Tallahassee with Garcia. You guys are in the Prius, okay?
yes, ma'am.
And day one, you scope out Dan Markel's house.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There was a couple times where you actually see him going and you follow him to the daycare, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you see him drop his kids off, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But you don't abandon the plan.
No, ma'am.
Now, the very next day, which would be the Thursday, the day before the murder, isn't it true that you say that you saw Wendy Adelson walking on Trescott Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
This is the street of Dan Markel's house.
Yes, ma'am.
You remember that this took place before 12 p.m., correct?
Yeah,
Okay. And what you saw was she was 2 houses down from Markel's house with the boys, right?
yes, ma'am.
You say that you guys come face to face with each other.
Face to face, I'm in the car driving.
Right, but
She's
that,
walking.
she's walking, so
I
are
can see,
you,
I can see through my rear mirror. I looked at her. I can see her through my rear mirror, looking at the car.
so just so I can picture it in my mind, are you guys walking in the same direction or is she walking towards you?
We're not walking. I'm in the car
No,
driving.
no, I
She's
know,
walking.
I apologize. So you're driving, are you driving towards her face to face?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what I was asking you. And you testified today that she got on the phone as soon as you passed her,
Yes, ma'am.
and then she then walked up into Dan Markel's house.
Yes.
That you remember her with the boys walking up into
She
Dan
passed,
Markel's
I think
house?
she had passed his house. I can't remember. I'm not even gonna say that. I can't remember.
Okay, so you know where I'm going with this. You know
Yeah.
you didn't say that in any of your statements, right?
I don't remember.
Do you remember that you say, so at this point, you see this woman and you say you recognize that she's staring at you. So you bring it to Mr. Garcia's attention, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What was his response?
That's that lady. That's the lady with the kids.
Okay, so he didn't even say her name.
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you know you remember giving the recorded statement on October 4th of 2016 with the detectives? The one that's online?
No.
You don't remember
I
doing that?
remember the
Okay.
recording, but
You said that Sigfredo told you that's Wendy and that she came to make sure
I
everything
just
is all
told you I
right.
don't remember.
So you don't remember that either. Is that what your testimony is today?
The day of when I had with the detective, I remember telling him that, but right now I'm telling you I don't remember. You refreshing my memory though. So
No, that's fine. So when I told you that you said that, you remember that you told that to the police?
yeah, right. Nah, I do.
Okay. And you told them it happened before 12?
Yeah,
And that Sigfredo already knew it was Wendy?
yeah.
All right, so let's talk about someone by the name of Mr. Nobles. Who is that?
No.
Shadrick Nobles. I think he was selling you guys some stuff while you were in Tallahassee?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Shadrick Nobles, the guy who was selling you cocaine?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you guys got his phone number from the first trip, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you happened to run into him again on the second trip, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So whose phone had his phone number in it?
He put the number on my phone, but he tried to call him from his phone. He wouldn't answer, so he called him from my phone.
Okay, so any calls from your phone to Nobles is Garcia making it on your phone?
Yeah, you'll hear his voice if you got the recording.
Okay, and since he was only using a throwaway phone, there should be no phone calls between your phone and Garcia's registered phone?
I never called Garcia from my phone.
No, that wasn't my question. My question is because you say he only had a throwaway, you two weren't communicating on, I mean, you guys were always together. There would be no need for
Yes,
any
ma'am.
phone calls.
I don't need no phone calls.
No phone calls, okay. Now, do you remember in your, hold on, let me see which page that is. Your statement that you gave to the police, hold on, 5, 6, 8. Now, you told us, okay, that you told this to the detective, that's Wendy, remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it true that the detectives then showed you a picture of her? And
Show
you
me.
ID'd her?
Yes, ma'am.
That sounds familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we should have a picture of Wendy Markel with, Wendy Adelson with your signature on it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, the next day is the murder, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, before the murder, did something unusual happen with the car?
Before the murder?
Before the murder?
Yeah, he shot a hole right through the car.
Who shot a hole through the car?
Garcia,
Okay, what gun was he using?
the little one.
The little one, the one that was used to kill Dan Markel.
Yes, ma'am.
Where was the long nose?
We didn't have no long nose.
Okay.
I don't think we had one.
Now, the shooting of the car, the person who was there that can testify to that is Shadrick Nobles, right?
He don't know nothing about it. We ain't never told him.
But he drove you to the AutoZone.
He drove Garcia to the AutoZone.
Okay, to pick up parts to repair the car and come back, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he saw you guys there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is someone from Tallahassee?
Yeah, I think he lives in Tallahassee.
All right. Now, let's also talk about this owl on Instagram. Okay? Today in trial, you testified that you had put an owl on Instagram
Yes, ma'am.
and that Katherine Magbanua called Sigfredo Garcia, who then told you, take the picture down.
Yes, ma'am.
And you took the picture down.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you didn't mention this at all in your September 30th statement.
I don't remember.
Okay. You mentioned it to the detectives in your recorded statement, which is the October 4th one, right?
I don't remember.
You mentioned it, you didn't mention it at all in January, right?
I don't think so. Nobody ever asked me, so I don't remember.
But then you told us it was either Facebook or Instagram, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But since October 4th of 2016, the detective knew that you had an Instagram account, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You told them?
Yeah.
Okay. They also knew you had a Facebook account?
I ain't never put up, somebody did a Facebook under my name, never did it myself.
What was your Instagram name?
My name? My name?
Oh, Luis Rivera?
Yeah.
You sure about that?
But that one would have been Tado, King Tado, King Tado.
King Tasso. Okay. Now, you testified earlier that Garcia asked you to commit the murder, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he asked you this the day before the homicide.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So let's talk about the day of the homicide. You get up in the morning and you know that you are going to go kill Dan Markel, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No attempts made to stop anybody, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You guys get in the car, you're driving,
Mhm.
and you follow Dan Markel to the daycare and watch him drop his kids off, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You wait till he gets back in his car, and then he goes to the gym, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You sit there and you wait for him to get out,
Yes.
and then you go to his house, and you follow him to his house, right?
Yes.
And your testimony is that you pulled up behind him in the driveway, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that Sigfredo Garcia got out and shot him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it true that you knew that Markel put his hand up to his face, Dan Markel?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Sigfredo Garcia was doing coke and alcohol all morning, right?
Yeah.
And you were too.
I woke up, took a shower, probably. I don't remember that.
You don't remember?
All morning? I don't remember that.
Okay. Do you remember if you consumed anything that morning?
I don't
Okay.
remember.
Don't remember, but you may not have because you needed to keep a clear head.
Probably.
Okay. Now, a big thing that everyone is making, or that you're making a big deal about, something you remember, is this first phone call after you guys murder Dan Markel and leave Tallahassee, right?
Yes, ma'am.
According to you, he just jumps in the car and you guys take off, right?
That's the truth.
But isn't it true you told the detectives that you drove slowly because you didn't want to bring any attention to yourself?
Yeah. He wanted me to drive fast. I was like, no,
You're gonna take it slow,
you
right?
have to- Yeah.
And there's no phone calls until this first phone call that you say to Katie, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is all laid out in your discovery, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in the deposition, you said that what Sigfredo said, what you heard, well, let me get this, because I need to understand this. Did you hear Katherine Magbanua's voice, or did Garcia tell you that Katie said what she said?
I can't hear her voice.
You could hear her voice. Isn't it true that in September, when you were speaking to the detectives, you first told them Garcia told you, but then you switched to, I could hear Katie myself?
I don't remember that.
I'll ask the detective. Now, She wasn't on speaker, right?
No,
Your testimony is on this flip phone that Garcia has up to his ear that you can hear Catherine's voice, right?
I don't know if you called, I can't remember if it was a flip phone or my phone, but I can hear her.
But you can hear her.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you already testified that you don't talk to her on the phone, right?
I don't.
You're not friends with her.
I know her.
You know her,
Yeah, I know her.
but you guys don't talk on the phone every day.
Well, I don't have no reason to call her.
I understand, but I'm saying you
No,
don't
ma'am.
know. You don't speak to her on the phone every day, right?
No, ma'am.
She doesn't speak with an impediment, does she?
What that mean?
Does she speak with like any type of stutter or, anything that would make her voice stand out?
No.
Does she speak with an accent?
Katie, no.
No? Okay. Now let's talk about the different things that you say that Sigfredo Garcia said, okay? I'm gonna go in order. In September 30th, you said, this is what you told the detective. He said, it's done, and she said, I know.
Yes, ma'am.
That was it, okay? Then, on January 31st, in your deposition, you said that Sigfredo said, the shit is done. Katie said, I already know. Then Sigfredo said, make sure the money is there. And then Katie said, you're gonna go get your money.
Yes, ma'am. She said next day.
Okay, so then you say in the deposition, all the way in March, it changes again, right? Because now you say, he says, it's done. When do we get the money? I asked who you are calling. He said, I gotta call my baby mama. That's what you said in March.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's fair to say that you don't remember exactly what was said on the phone, right?
I mean, it's worded different, but it's the same thing.
No, but these are your words I'm talking about.
Yes,
You've
ma'am.
consistently changed what you heard.
No, I ain't changed nothing.
Okay. Now, yesterday, well, let's talk a little bit about your status in federal custody, okay? So in 2015, right,
Yes, ma'am.
you were in jail.
Yes.
Talk to me about what do they do when you're in jail to your phone calls?
They tap all your phone calls
So all your phone calls are recorded, right?
to this day.
To this day. And so the state can get them if they want to, right?
Yeah.
They also have all of your emails, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Explain to the jury what core links is.
It's you can text. Send emails out there to the world.
Okay, so you can actually email people from federal prison,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
You can't do that in state.
No.
No.
I don't know
And
what state. I've never been to state, so I don't know nothing about state.
You've never been to state.
Talk to me about the feds.
Okay, so the feds is where you've got your knowledge, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So, to be clear, while you're staying here in Tallahassee, you're in state custody, right?
Yeah.
You don't get to email, right?
You got tablets.
Oh, they have that now?
They have them here.
Okay, but they didn't, to your knowledge, they didn't have that back in 2014, right?
No.
Okay, and here too, all of your phone calls are recorded, right?
Every day.
Okay, and in the feds, it's, if someone comes to visit you, it's a full-on contact visit, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So if a family member came to see you, you can actually sit there with them face-to-face and have a conversation, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's not recorded.
That's not recorded.
All right. So now let's talk about here we go. All right, now, over the past couple of days, you've testified that there were only 2 trips in this case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it true there was a third one?
I can't remember.
You can't remember, okay? Do you remember telling me in the deposition that there was a third trip that didn't involve you?
Oh, yeah, I remember telling you that, but it wasn't me.
Okay, no, but you remember telling me
I
that
told
knew
you he
about.
probably came up here with somebody else.
Okay,
That's what I told you.
but you told us about that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and that, I think your words were he went up there with another king.
Yeah.
But you never mentioned that in any one of your other statements, correct?
Nobody asked me but you.
I asked you if there was a third trip or
Yeah.
you offered that information to me.
No, you asked me there was more trips.
So I'm going to refer you back to the deposition, okay, that you took with us in Arizona. State was there. You were swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Let's go to page 102. Just make sure it's here. Hold on, I have to just find the correct.
Our bottom of 103.
103, okay, thank you. Okay, 103, page lines 20 to 25. This is the first trip in June, question, the witness. The first trip in June, the second trip, and the third trip. Every time we went up there, we was always coked up and drinking. You said that to us, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So now let's talk about the day that you returned to Miami, which is the same day as the shooting, correct? Because you guys just leave.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you come back to Miami. Now, you are living with Jessica Rodriguez at that time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. She is the mother of Lulu, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
She had just had the baby, right?
Yes.
You weren't living with Leona Diaz, were you?
No.
Leona Diaz is the mother of one of your children, correct?
3 of my children.
3 of your children, okay. And she is the address that is the Normandy Drive address, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the one that's on your driver's license.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you come back to Miami, right? And Garcia dropped you off and
Yes, ma'am.
kept the Prius with him.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That night, you guys all go out and drink
Yes, ma'am.
after you killed Dan Markel.
Yes, ma'am.
The next morning, your testimony is that you went to the barber shop.
Yes, ma'am.
This barber shop is called, the King Barber Shop, right?
Reyes King, I don't know.
It's right by Biscayne Boulevard, correct?
Yeah.
On 135th Street?
139.
139. That's where the
Yes, ma'am.
it is, right? It's not on Miami Beach.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Annie lives on Miami Beach.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now your testimony is you are at the barber shop
Yes, ma'am.
when you get a phone call.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. It's Jessica calling you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, babe, Katie and Tutu are here. That's what she tells you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, on 10/4, you say that this is a conversation that you had with Jessica. Tuto's got the bag. You say, don't touch the bag. I'll be there right now. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Jessica is there with Katherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia in the house by herself with the package.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? Okay. Now, your testimony is that Katherine Magbanua called you looking for Tuto, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Can we rely on your phone records for accuracy?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Your phone records would be more accurate than your memory, right?
Yeah.
So the phone records should show Katherine calling you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Not you calling Katherine.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, where were you when you say Katherine called you?
In the barber shop.
Who called
Oh,
first?
no. I was in my house. I was leaving my house.
So you were at home, but
Yeah, I was in my house.
which home?
Jessica.
Jessica's home when Katie called you. Right?
Yeah.
When Katherine Magbanua called you. And in January of 2018, you testified that she said, I got that money for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that Katherine called you and said that to you.
Yeah. She said, who's gonna come get the money? Those
So
were my
that's
exact
different
words.
from what you said in January. So what is it that she said on the phone?
Who's gonna come get the money?
Page 105 on January 31st of 2018. And the line number would be,
What page is it?
105. Line 16 to 18. So Katie called you? Yeah, she was like, man, I got that. I got that money. I got that money for you.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
what you said then.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, your testimony was you called King Anthony to go find Tuto.
Yes, ma'am.
And Tuto is Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you try to find him?
No,
You didn't call him?
I knew where he was at.
Where was he?
Shrimp's house.
Okay. And I don't know if I asked you this. Where is Shrimp's house again?
Miami Beach.
Miami Beach, okay. How far is Miami Beach from Biscayne?
Like 10 minutes.
10 minutes? How is it from Jessica's house all the way to Normandy?
It's 10 minutes. There's only one bridge.
There's one bridge. Okay, so your
Okay.
testimony today is that takes 10 minutes.
It takes like 10, 15 minutes or more. That's it.
Okay. How much time does it?
Stopping point, Ms. Claus, the jury's probably about 4 minutes.
Your Honor, we can take a break now.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's totally fine because there's still a little bit more. It's not a little, so I
All right.
thought we can take the break
Leave your
now.
nose where you are, have a lunch break, see you at 1 o'clock, all right? Let's stay in session for a minute.
All the way through, as you know, there's no breaks on this, so we'll come straight back now.
Everybody be seated. Ms. Kawash, you wanted to be heard on an incident with 4 other guys, and why you think that's relevant?
Because, Your Honor, on 3 separate occasions, he did not mention that at all to the detective, so it's coming in for impeachment purposes, that he essentially in January of 2018 was the first time he had ever mentioned that 4 potential witnesses had come into his hotel room and that he held them up at gunpoint. And that he failed to tell this to the detective. It goes to his bias and motive to lie, because this would be another crime that he committed that he didn't tell the state about, and that they're kind of just ignoring. So I think it's completely relevant, not only for impeachment purposes, Judge, because he failed to mention this to anybody until the January statement that he gave.
Ms. Kappelman.
Judge, my position would be that this is irrelevant, prior bad act evidence. You can't impeach something that's not material to the case. The fact that he was never asked, never volunteered this information cannot be impeached by the absence of a statement.
And Your Honor, it's an impeachment by omission. And I do believe that this would qualify as a material fact that he failed.
How is it material?
The fact that Mr. Garcia couldn't remember or didn't think it was important to tell the detectives or anybody else that he had 4 individuals come into his room who would have been potential witnesses to what was going on, and that he pulled a firearm on all of them and told them to strip. And actually,
I find this, I'm sorry.
oh, I'm sorry, Judge.
No, you don't.
And the other thing too is his testimony said, which I think would be a little bit relevant as well, that he claims that he recognized one of these individuals because they had a rival tattoo on them, and that that's why he was so concerned, because it was a rival gang, and which is why he pulled the guns out on them.
Were you wanting to be heard on that issue, Mr. Singer?
Yes, Judge, briefly, I believe it's material. In addition to the arguments that Ms. Kawas has made, and the fact that they are now, in addition to the one witness that has been listed by the government, Chadrick Nobles, that there's 3 other potential witnesses that can confirm, or at least that we could have inquired or done any due diligence on with regards to whether or not my client was with Mr. Rivera on the June trip, which is obviously what we're disputing.
I must sustain the state's objection. I find it's not relevant to the extent there's impeachment about it. It's a collateral issue, so it's not subject to impeach. You wanted to be heard further on the why sale of cocaine by Mr. Garcia is relevant.
To my defense, Your Honor?
Right.
Yes, because essentially the state's theory is that all of this cash that Ms. Magbanua was receiving must have come from her participation in this conspiracy. The fact that Mr. Garcia was receiving cash for his drug selling activities goes to our theory of defense, that he was potentially giving her cash that he got from that, and that's where he would have gotten the cash because he wasn't working, in order to supply child support for his children.
You want to be heard on that, Mr. Singer?
1 second. No position.
Well, I thought it was your objection that I sustained, and so you now withdrawing that objection?
No, that I'm reiterating my previous objection.
All right, but you are objecting. Okay, state have a position.
Well, Judge, if this witness has knowledge of Mr. Garcia giving Ms. Magbanua cash, I think that could be relevant. I don't think where he got it from would necessarily be relevant, especially since it's a prior
Fact.
bad act.
Further, Ms. Quast?
Oh, no, I'll rest on my previous arguments
All
as
right.
sidebar judge.
I think the fact he's selling cocaine or not selling cocaine has very little probative value. The question wasn't asked whether he knew whether he'd given her cash or not. It was the sale of cocaine. It certainly is extremely prejudicial. So under 403, it has more, certainly the prejudice outweighs any probative value. So I reiterate my ruling.
And Your Honor,
Right.
at this time, I would I'm forced to make a motion now for severance and mistrial since the court is not allowing me to
Right.
go into this.
Right. I deny that. Being a separate trial wouldn't make it any more relevant. Anything else? Will we take a lunch break from either side?
We have a lot of refreshing to do.
What?
Your Honor, the refreshing to do, could we potentially come back, like break now and we can do that like
Yeah,
before?
we'll do it at the end of your final cross.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. And then we'll
Let's
take a
see.
break there.
Right.
Awesome.
Right.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Anything else? All right. 1 o'clock. All rise. Court's back in session. Yes, Ms. Kaplan.
Yes, Your Honor, if I may ask for clarification regarding your ruling in reference to states 175 and 179, the phone call authentication exhibits. Would I be permitted to remark these as demonstratives and publish them as demonstrative exhibits?
And how would you use them?
During the publication of the calls, so that the jury, I've had the witnesses say, I looked at all these calls and I've authenticated these highlighted voices, but as we go through each call, I'm thinking of how I'm going to be able to convey that testimony to the jurors. That, you know, on call O,
Well, I'm going to allow you to have the witness indicate this is a call that was identified by one of these two witnesses as these persons. I'll ponder on whether it needs to be shown as a demonstrative aid at that point in time.
okay, that's helpful, thank you.
Let's have a jury input.
All rise for the jury.
Everybody be seated, please. Hope everybody had a nice lunch. Still appears to be summer outside. I don't know, eventually, I guess we'll get some fall. You may proceed, Ms. Kawhi.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Rivera. You remember where we left off?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that was when we're now talking about the day after you murdered Dan Markel, the money transfer.
Excuse me, repeat that question again?
We're talking about the day after.
If she'll ask you a question, let's get to a question,
Question,
please,
okay.
Ms. Kawhi. All right.
Now, your testimony on cross-examination earlier this afternoon was that you never pulled the money out at your apartment in front of Jessica. You did it in the car, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you remember giving us a deposition in March of 2019, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you'd agree with me that, wait, hold on. All right, that you provided testimony at that time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm referring court and counsel to, keep moving the pages. Why do I keep doing this? Hold on, Your Honor.
It's gonna be March 22nd.
It's gonna be the March 22nd depo. I just have where my notes. Hold on 1 second. I apologize, Judge. I have so many papers up here. There it is. Okay, got it. Stay there. Okay, on page 106. Is the right one? Hold on 1 second, Your Honor. I apologize.
January 2018.
The wrong deposition. Wrong deposition, Your Honor. So the 2000 and the January deposition on page 106. Ah, there you go. Thank you, Mr. DeCosta. Okay. Starting at line. Okay. Okay, so I'm starting at line 8 to 14. I got a pack right here for you, come get it. I said, don't touch it, I'm on my way. I left the barber shop, went straight over there, I grabbed it. I opened it up, I looked at it and put everything in my pocket and told Tuto to get in the car, let's get out of here, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you actually pulled it out in front, when you were inside your apartment,
Not in front of Jessica.
not in front of Jessica.
Going out the door. towards the
Well,
car.
Jessica will be able to tell us that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you are positive that when you get there to the house, the people that are there are Katherine Magbanua, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Jessica Rodriguez.
Yes, ma'am.
And you described the package as a brown paper bag, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And kind of like the ones I guess that you get like at Publix, that kind of brown paper bag?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Jessica handled this bag, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so she should be able to describe it just like you did.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you testified that Jessica did not know what was in this bag, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that at one point she called you and said, I got a bag here, it looks like a brick.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what she meant when she said a brick?
No, it just feel like a brick. It can be just a brick.
Okay. Now, when you pulled up, was Katie inside the house or was she out of the house?
I don't remember.
You do not remember.
Nope.
But you do remember answering that question in deposition, right?
Yeah.
So we'll get back to that. Now, what car was Catherine driving at the time?
A white SUV.
Oh, you remember that? A white SUV?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the car was parked where when you drove up?
In the back of my house.
In the back of your house, whether it's in a parking spot?
Like an alley.
Okay. And this was, because you're on the second floor of an apartment complex, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, the other thing that you previously testified to is that inside this brown paper bag, whatever was in there was wrapped up in a clear plastic bag, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And isn't it true that when you walked in, Katie said, "What's up, Tato?" and then went into the room with Jessica?
Yeah.
That's what happened, right?
Yeah, she went to go see my baby.
All right. So then she is now with you. You are now alone with Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it true that Katie said nothing else in your presence?
I left.
Okay, so you can't testify to any statements about Katie saying she even knew what was in that bag, right?
She ain't never said nothing.
She never said nothing except "What's up, Tato?"
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you testified that when you finally did open the bag, that inside was money stacks.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and each one was it all hundreds?
Yes, ma'am.
All hundreds. And you had mentioned that they were stapled, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You remember that you specifically told that to the detectives on October 4th, right?
Yes, ma'am.
On the recorded statement that was released to the media.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, on cross-examination and direct, I actually can't remember what you said. Did you say that you counted the money or you didn't count the money?
No, I never counted money.
You never count, is that your testimony today that you never counted the money?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you remember telling the detectives on September 30th of 2016 that you did in fact count the money?
No, I don't remember that.
You don't remember that, all right. Now, you get all this money on this day. How much is it, like $35,000 in cash?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you didn't put any of that money in the bank though, right?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
For what? So much money.
It's too much money. Is there any other reason why you wouldn't put money from a murder into the bank?
I never put money from the bank, only for my job.
Okay, but isn't it true you didn't put it in there because you didn't want the police to find out about it?
Yes, ma'am.
That's true, right?
I'm not gonna put $35,000 in the bank.
Right, it leaves a trace.
Yes, ma'am.
So there's no trace of the money you received from this in your bank account.
No, ma'am.
And you have one
Yes, ma'am.
because Coastal Masonry direct deposits your pay into that account.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you stashed this money at a couple places, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Where'd you stash it?
My sister's house,
What's your sister's name?
Maria.
Okay. So you went to Maria Rivera's house, your sister,
Yes, ma'am.
the closest one that you are to,
Yes, ma'am.
and you gave her this money.
I didn't give her. I put it in the envelope.
What kind of
Sealed
envelope?
it. A vanilla envelope. A vanilla envelope, yellow.
Vanilla envelope?
Yes, ma'am.
So white?
Yellow.
Yellow. Like a letter size envelope or like a big size
A
envelope?
large envelope.
Large envelope, okay. Was it sealed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put a mark on it?
Nope.
No mark on it. So you wouldn't be able to know if she,
She ain't gonna touch it. She ain't gonna look at it.
okay. Your testimony today is that you remember that you did not put a mark on it, right?
I never put a mark on it.
You did not put a mark on it, okay. I'm going to get back to that in 1 second, just so we can keep moving. All right. Now, so you go over to Maria's house and you give her the money. Do you tell her what's in there?
No,
Okay, because you don't want her to have to be involved in this, right?
of course.
Because that's your family.
Yes.
How long did you leave the money there?
Maybe a couple of days, like maybe 2 days.
You kept any money at the house? Your house with Jessica?
I kept money in my pocket.
In your pocket?
Yeah.
So why wouldn't you leave anything at the house with Jessica?
She'll steal that shit. She was gonna. I'm in prison
You guys don't talk on the phone?
once in a while.
Okay, but we'll get back to that in a second. Oh, here we go. All right, so talking again about the mark on it, on the envelope that you say that you did not put, okay? I'm gonna refer you to your deposition on March 22nd, page 187. Lines 3 to 10. No, I left, did you, oh wait, no, I left it just how it was. You put it in there and handed her the envelope. Was it sealed, like sealed? It was sealed. She can't open it. Without you knowing, without me knowing, she'd have to ask me, can I open this? I got the tape. So once you break the tape and you seal it, you've got to rip it off. So you would have known if she had gone in there. I would have known.
Yeah, if she breaks it, but there was no mark. You said a mark like a marker, a pen. You ain't said nothing about no tape.
Hold on. Okay, so that's your testimony today. She could have just opened it and put it in the same type of envelope and you would have never known. No, because whatever I give you, I'm going to put a mark on it, on the envelope, to see if you touched it. So when I get it back, the mark is still there. And when you got it back, was the mark still there?
Whatever I give you, I
Yes.
put a mark to it, but I never put a mark.
But you heard what I just testified
I
to.
heard you.
Okay, so those were your words.
Yeah, but I never marked it.
Okay, but your testimony today is you didn't mark it.
Never marked it.
But you told us back then that you did.
I don't remember that. You're reading it right now, but I don't remember none of that. I never marked no.
Okay, but we're going to make it clear for the jury that,
Let's not get into statements, ask questions, Ms. Kawase.
okay. You do remember though, in March, Mr. DeCosta and myself sitting down and asking you questions, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You have no, we explained to you what the court reporter did and put everything down that you said, right?
Yeah, you did.
Okay. Another thing I want to talk to you about, since your memory has seemed to lapse.
Ms. Kawase, we don't need any statements, editorial comments. Jury will disregard the attorney's comments.
Before testifying today, how many times have you met with the state's attorney?
A few times.
And I'm talking about within the past few weeks to prepare you for your testimony today. How many times did you meet with them?
And nobody really got to prepare me. I'm prepared, but I met him a few times.
You're prepared for your testimony today,
I know nothing but the truth. Everything I say is the truth.
is it?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you were sitting down with the state's attorney, because you testified yesterday that they were showing you some CDs, right?
Yesterday?
You testified on direct that they had shown you some CDs, right?
Yeah.
With the car, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So they were showing you their evidence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But they didn't go over all of your recorded statements with you
For what?
because they knew you were testifying today.
I'm going to remember half of this.
You are going to remember after my cross-examination what happened?
I'm going to remember half of this stuff, not everything.
So your memory is going to get better when I'm finished?
No, as you're reading some of the questions, I refreshed my memory. I remember what you had on last week Saturday. Do you remember? I don't remember what I had on yesterday sometimes.
Last week, Saturday, I was
Ms.
wearing.
Kawase.
Okay.
Ask a question, please. Jury disregard the attorney's comment.
But it is fair to say that you are the state's witness in this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You knew you were testifying about the events that took place over the past 5 years to date, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ask them to provide you with copies of your statements?
Did I ask him? Yes.
Yes, you did. So did they read you your statements since you can't read?
Yes, ma'am.
So you read all of the statements that we have been referring to, but you still testify today that you don't remember giving those statements?
You just asked me about the state, and I said yes.
Okay, so what are you now telling me you don't remember?
There's some things I don't remember been happened 5 years ago.
Okay, but my question to you is, the state provided you and read to you all of your statements, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You just testified that when I ask you certain questions, it jogs your memory, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So when they did that, it didn't jog your memory?
A little bit.
A little bit.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's fair to say then that you'd agree with me, your memory doesn't get better with time.
I don't.
It does, it gets worse.
It
So
get
there's
worse.
no way we're ever going to, that you're going to remember better in the future, correct?
I sit down and think about this. I do, and I remember a few things, not everything.
Okay, but you never reached out to myself or Mr. DeCoste with any,
That's not appropriate. He doesn't have any obligation to do so. He has an attorney. He has an attorney that they communicate through. He doesn't have any obligation to talk to the attorneys for the other side. You can proceed, Ms. Kawase.
all right, so let's go back to it. You gave Jessica money, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
You bought Jessica a car, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you gave her $2,000 in cash to pay her rent, right?
Yes, I did.
So she'll be able to tell us that you gave her money.
Yes.
All right. Now, you remember when Sigfredo Garcia and Katherine Magbanua got back together, right?
I don't remember when they got back together.
Pacquiao fight sound familiar?
Yeah,
Okay. Is that about right?
Yeah.
Okay. When was the Pacquiao fight?
I don't remember the date.
Was it close to when you got arrested?
I don't remember.
Okay, so the Pacquiao, does it sound like May 2015? That's when you were arrested by the feds, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and is the Pacquiao fight close around that time?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's when they got back together?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you were arrested for the Fed case in May of 2015, and eventually you were in the Coleman facility, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, they have TVs in the feds, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're able to see everything that comes on the news.
Mhm.
And Sigfredo never came to visit you, right?
Nope.
You did speak to him twice, though, while you were incarcerated, right?
Yes, I did.
How'd you speak to him?
To my brother. It was on New Year's, I believe. I called.
Who
And he
is
was in the
lean
house.
back?
Excuse me?
Who is lean back?
Lean back?
Mhm.
That's a king.
That's a king. Okay. Was he using a specific email address while you were in Coleman in 2016 to communicate with you?
Yeah.
And you would then send him messages to send out to people and text message them, correct?
I don't remember me sending him text messages like that, but I don't remember.
But there was a situation, you could get messages to people on the outside, right?
Yeah, it's to the computer, to the email.
Through the email. And who is Ratatouille?
Ratatouille.
Between you and Jessica, who is the nickname for Ratatouille?
Tuto.
Tuto, okay? As in Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
So you know we have all of the emails that you have from around the time of 2016, right?
Yes, ma'am. Everything in the feds get recorded.
They record everything, right?
Everything.
Do you remember around May 10th, 11th of 2016, Jessica needed some money, right?
I don't remember.
And she asked you to send Ratatouille's phone number, correct?
Subject to hearsay and relevance.
Give you a little leeway, but let's bring it to some point pretty quickly.
I'll do it right now.
Sustain the objection.
Did you communicate with Sigfredo Garcia in May of 2016 through that medium that I spoke about,
Yeah,
asking him for money?
I think I did.
Okay. Another thing too, how many brothers do you have?
Got 6.
6 brothers? Okay. But you've known Sigfredo Garcia since you were 5, 6 years old?
Yes, ma'am.
He knows how all your brothers look like?
Of course.
He knows all your brothers.
My whole family.
He knows their phone numbers.
Yeah.
Now, after the news broke on the media, Jessica came to see you, right?
Yeah, my mom, my sister, Jessica, they all came to see me.
And when they came to see you, they were able to sit down in the contact room with you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And have a conversation, right?
Of course.
And Jessica at this point had already looked up everything. She knew what the case was against you.
She's smart. Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you get to Leon County, you said that your attorney was Chuck Collins, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you happy with Chuck Collins?
I was satisfied.
Okay. Isn't it true that you felt that he was forcing you to take a plea?
Forced me to take a plea.
I'll sustain the objection.
So let us talk about the deal that you got in this case, okay? You were charged with first-degree murder, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Just like Sigfredo Garcia and
Yes,
just
ma'am.
like Katherine Magbanua,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? In exchange for the testimony that you gave today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
They reduced it from first-degree murder to second-degree murder, right?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
To second-degree murder, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? And then you received a 19-year sentence, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the jury may not understand this, but this is to run concurrent with your federal sentence, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you get to serve it in the federal facility, not the state facility.
I gotta do my fed time first.
No, your Fed time first, but your Fed time counts to your state time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, it's not like you're doubling up, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And which facility is better, Leon County or the Federals? The Federal Detention Center?
Of course.
Which one?
The feds.
They got better food,
I ain't worrying about the food, but it's better.
but it's just generally better, right?
It's better.
What is a minimum mandatory?
A minimum mandatory?
Mhm.
The minimum mandatory, what, of the 19 years?
Well, you don't have a minimum mandatory on your 19 years, right?
No.
If you were, for example, the shooter in this case, and you received the 25-year minimum mandatory in the case, you would have to serve every single day of that 25 years, right?
Yes, ma'am.
If there's no minimum mandatory, you get what we call gain time,
Yes, ma'am.
time off for good behavior.
Yes, ma'am.
There is no probation to follow this, right?
No, ma'am.
Now, Ms. Kappelman brought up in her direct examination that you are facing, well, she said 30, but it's really 15 years on your probation violation, correct?
Yes,
Out of
ma'am.
Miami.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's explore that. You were on probation when you got picked up for the federal case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you just went to the feds and they kind of forgot about your state case, right?
I guess.
You guessed. Isn't it true that you only found out about that outstanding warrant for the probation violation when we told you in March?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Kappelman didn't even know about it.
No, ma'am.
Neither did your lawyer.
Nope.
And no one considered that. That wasn't even a consideration in your plea.
No, ma'am.
It's your lawyer's mess up, right?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, so the deal you got from the state was just 19 years.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You're a convicted felon, right?
Yeah.
How many times?
I don't know.
You don't know? Would looking at your certified priors refresh your recollection?
I don't know. I mean, I don't keep count with this.
Okay, do you want me to go through them with you?
We'll do that as part of the rest, refresh recollection.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
You mind?
So there is no open case.
And just to clarify, Mr. Rivera, because this is what Ms. Kappelman said, that you had an open cocaine case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't have an open cocaine case.
I don't even know. I don't think so.
The only thing you have pending is the probation violation. You are on probation for selling cocaine.
Yes, ma'am.
So you don't have two separate cases.
I don't think so.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, I could take the break for the refreshing of the recollection.
And let me explain to the jury. Normally, when an attorney has something they want to call refreshed recollection, we simply give the document to the witness, let them read over it and see if that refreshes their memory or not. Obviously, we can't do that under these circumstances. So we're going to take a break and let the attorney read to them things that they think may refresh Mr. Rivera's memory. Whether it does or not, we'll bring you back and let you hear the answer to those questions. So we're going to need, long and short, we need to take a short break. All right, Ms. Quad.
Can you hear me, Mr. Rivera? I just don't want to go too loud.
Keep your voice up.
So, they won't hear me, right, Judge?
No.
Okay. Okay, so the first thing that you said that you didn't know, I'm going to refresh your recollection with your October 4th statement,
What year?
2016, the one that was recorded. Hold on, let me get out all my. There we go. Just to make it a little smoother. 10, 11, 12. Here we go. Okay.
I can play him the video.
About when he found out about the murder?
Sorry for corruption.
So, Mr. Rivera, do you want me to read it to you, or do you want me to play it for you?
Doesn't matter if you read it or play it. However you feel comfortable.
Here we go. Page 3. Okay, here we go. For council to follow along in the
Come on,
on 10-4, and this would be on page 12.
all right, just read the reference.
Okay, so on page 12, you had said, in response to questioning, okay, so he was talking in terms of a job in Tallahassee. So I'm thinking we're fixing to go boom, but then like, man, it's not that. I'm fixing to go kill somebody. We're going to go get hired. And this was before you rented the car? And he said, before we rented the car. Okay, you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. The next thing, where's the other child? Move that to the side for a second. Thank you.
Somebody said something caused the humming. Let's turn off whatever it is that caused that. Go ahead, Ms. Kwok.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Come on, Ms. Kwok.
Okay, I'm sorry, Judge. Okay, and then on January 31st in the deposition, on the same topic, you testified page 58, line 4. This was your testimony. You testified that you found out it was a murder on the drive up. You remember that now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Next, we're going to discuss when you found out who was financing the murder, okay? And on 10-4, you had previously stated you don't remember, right? You remember giving a statement in that case, and it was recorded. And on it, you said Sigfredo told you he got the money from the lady, but he never.
Whatever's causing the feedback, fix that, please. Go ahead, Ms. Kwok.
Oh, sorry, Judge. I'm just going to repeat what I just said. Thank you.
Page and line, please.
This is page 19 on 10-4. Sorry, I'm on the wrong page. Okay, and that would be in response, lines 12 to 21. Let's back up a little bit further. You said he gave him $5,000. Tell us about that. What did he say? Where did he get the money from? He said he got the money from the lady. He still haven't told me her name yet. He said, I got the money from the lady. Okay, you remember telling that to the detectives, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then we're going to talk about the picture of Dan Markel, okay? The one that Mr. Garcia showed you. You testified today that you said it was in black and white, all right? So now I'm going to refer you to, well, actually, no, we can skip that because the other people didn't ask you about it, okay? All right, numbers of guns on the second trip is the next topic, all right? So this is only as to the second trip. You testified you did not remember how many guns were on the second trip, or you don't remember what you said. On 9:30, you told the detectives that you only took one gun on the second trip.
Are you reading to him?
Well, Your Honor, it is going to be, I have to ask him if he remembers. If he says, it's Detective Isom's report. So, because they didn't record it, so nothing.
Right, well, read whatever your refreshing
Refreshing.
recollection that is. You read to him what was previously said or written. It can be anything, truthfully,
No
but
problem.
it's not for you just to paraphrase things.
Understood. Okay, on page 4 of 6 of Detective Isom's statement, his notes from your interview on 9/30 of 2016. He wrote, on this second trip, they only brought one handgun.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? Then on 10/4, you again stated, did you say that there? You again stated on page 67 and 70, you only brought one gun on the second trip.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that correct? Okay. Now on January 31st of 2018, page 94, which is the deposition, you stated, oh, and I think we discussed that already. We had discussed that you had said that you had both of them, right? You want me to read it to you again?
On the second trip?
On the second trip, in your deposition on January 31st, you said Garcia had the gun, the little small one, not the long nose gun. Question, who had the long nose one? He did. He had both of them by his leg. Okay.
Oh, I don't remember that.
You don't, even after I've read this to you.
And you've read that in front of the jury already.
Yes,
for
I think, yeah.
impeachment.
Okay,
That's
so-
not what, we're not here to try to repeat impeachment that you've
Understood.
done.
And then the last one we discussed was your deposition with us in March. On page 165, you then said it was one gun on the trip. You remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, as to the masks and the hoodie, okay? You did not, and I have in front of me Detective Isom's report from 9/30, okay? And I've gone through the whole thing. There's no mention that you said anything about bringing a mask and a hoodie. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then on October 4th of 2016, which is a recorded statement, in that whole 2 hours, there is nothing about a mask or hoodies, right?
All right.
Okay. The first time you mention it is, do you remember, on January 31st of 2018, you told Mr. Garcia that you got, Mr. Garcia's attorneys, that you brought with you masks and hoodies.
Yes, ma'am.
That's correct, okay. And then on March 22nd, you also said again that you brought masks and hoodies.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, as to the owl on Instagram, on September 30th, I have in front of me Detective Isom's report, okay, of his notes of the conversation he had with you, and it's only 5-6 pages. There's no mention of an owl in this report at all, right?
Yes.
You did mention it though on that recorded statement, the one on October 4th, when you're sitting down with the detectives, right?
Yes, ma'am.
No, hold on. There was no mention of it at the grand jury testimony?
I don't remember.
Okay, I have a copy of your grand jury testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
That's not refreshing recollection to tell somebody it's not mentioned, Ms. Kawase.
okay, well, we can put, doesn't remember. Okay. And then on, hold on, Your Honor. And then in your deposition on January 31st, 2013 with Mr. Zangane, you didn't mention anything about an owl.
Is that 2013?
That's 2018.
Oh, so repeat that question again, please.
You, in the deposition that you took here in Leon County with Mr. Zangane, you didn't mention anything about the owl on Instagram.
No, I don't remember.
Now, Your Honor, may I approach, or I could read to him, I'm sorry, your prior convictions? You said you need to refresh your recollection?
Read them.
Now, you remember being convicted of aggravated assault on a law enforcement officer, possession of cocaine with intent to sell, possession of cannabis with intent to sell, possession of cocaine with intent to sell.
Slow down, yes. Kawase.
Yes.
Linda's trying to get this down. You're going a mile a minute. I'm sorry. So aggravated assault, cocaine, possession. What was it?
Cannabis sale. another count of possession of cocaine with intent to sell, and another count of possession of cannabis with intent to sell. That sound familiar?
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna count that as one conviction. I know it's multiple counts, but for purposes of this, it's one case, okay? Then you also were convicted of possession of cocaine with intent to sell in 2013, correct?
Yes.
That's two. And then you were also convicted of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, right?
It wasn't a firearm, but yes. It was a knife. They put firearm.
Wait, hold on. You correct me? That's correct. A possession of a weapon. It says weapon, ammunition,
Yeah,
but that's what
weapon.
it was. It was a knife.
A knife. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you were convicted of that.
Yes.
That's three.
Yeah.
Okay. And then in counting, you are currently charged with, you have the conviction for the Fed case,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And you have the conviction now for the homicide case.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So is your memory sufficiently refreshed as to how many convictions you have?
Yeah.
How many?
It's only like 5 or 6.
Okay, 5.
What's that?
I think his memory has been refreshed that he has 5 convictions currently.
All right.
Okay. Oh, the next thing that I wanted to talk to you about, do you remember if you told, you said you didn't remember if you told the detectives that you counted the money, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Keep splitting up. There we go. Number 10, okay. So, right. So in September 30th, when you had that meeting with the detectives, Isom and Sanford, where they took down the notes, the report has been showing you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, there's no mention in here of you saying that you counted the money, right? Oh, wait, no, you actually said in this that you counted the money. You want me to read it to you?
You can read it.
Then he left the apartment, taking Garcia with him. When he counted the money, expecting the total to be 35,000, it actually totaled 37,000.
Then he gave me extra 2 grand.
Right, but you remember telling them that you counted the money. That's how you came to that number.
Yeah.
Okay. But your testimony today was you didn't count it.
That's what I said today, yes.
Okay. Okay, and the last thing would be, I'm going to read to you what I was provided for in discovery by the state's attorney's office, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Which is, I'm going to mark it so that we can properly reference it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
While she's doing that, if the state wants to refresh his recollection with anything, I want to get that done now too.
Yes, Your Honor.
We could do the video. The video for the, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
We're not playing any videos now. Are you through, Ms. Clark?
I'm just going to refresh.
You can go ahead and see, Mr. Picasso.
Okay. I'm going to reference some emails from your Core Links account. I'm going to lay the proper foundation first, okay? So when it says from, hold on, let's see here. And I'm referencing, okay, so do you remember what your email address was back then?
No,
But it would say when it says from 07850104 Rivera Lewis.
it's my prison number.
That's your prison number. So that identifies the messages that are coming from you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now I have on this date an email from you, tell me if you remember this, to bentleysa4980@gmail.com. That's lean back, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you basically sent out all these messages to lean back, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then lean back would then send it to people on the outside, correct?
Yes.
At that time, so referencing email, okay, and Jessica Rodriguez's email at the time was sienna.negron1020@gmail.com, right?
Still is.
Still is to this day, right? And in an email referenced, May 10th of 2016, she provides you with the number of lean back as 954-237-9348, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then she provides you the phone number for Ratatouille, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That was 786-357-3966.
Yes, ma'am.
And who you said was Ratatouille was Tuto,
Yes, ma'am.
who is Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
Yes.
And the message that you sent out on May 11th is like a blast. I'm only going to reference the
What
one that you-
year? 16?
2016, May 11th of 2016. What's up? It's me, Tato. You forgot about me. I ain't dead. I'm still alive. I need some money brought. Sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. You remember sending that to him from prison. And then
Yes.
he responds on May 12th, what's up, my dog, my brother? I'm referencing defense exhibit number 4. I'm starting to go to school, holding my head up. You know me. Keep your head up and stay in touch with me. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I apologize, Your Honor. From Mr. Garcia, he responds to you, maintaining, it's been a minute,
Yes, ma'am.
right? And then you respond back to him, what's up, my dog, my brother? I'm starting to go to school, holding my head up. You know me. Keep your head up and stay in touch with me. Tell the family I said, what's up, N-word, miss you all. Much love. That's
Yes,
your
ma'am.
words, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you remember saying those things.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. That's all.
Stay.
I don't have any items to refresh the
All right.
witness with.
Let's take a quick 5 minutes and we'll start back with the jury. Jury's in the courtroom. Everybody be seated. You may proceed, Ms. Clark.
Thank you.
During the break, we went over some materials, and has your memory been refreshed, Mr. Rivera?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're a convicted felon, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times?
5 times.
We also went over some emails that you sent in May of 2016. Okay, you remember those?
Yes, ma'am.
You remembered that Jessica Rodriguez's email was Sienna Negron, SIANNANEGRON 1020@gmail.com,
Yes, ma'am.
right? We established that these are in fact your emails that we referenced, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that in May 10th, that Jessica sent you a number which was 786-357-3966, which was Ratatouille, who you had previously testified to was Sigfredo Garcia,
Yes, ma'am.
and that you reached out to him asking him on May 11th, what's up, it's me, Tato, you forgot about me, I ain't dead, I'm still alive, I need some money, and that he responded The next day, it's been a minute. And then on May 12th, you said, "What's up, my dog, my brother? I'm starting to go to school, holding my head up. You know me. Keep your head up and stay in touch with me. Tell the family I said, what's up? N-word, miss y'all. Much love." Those are your words, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the last few things that we filled in outside the presence of the jury, you now remember these things, right?
Yes, ma'am.
The things that we testified and you were able to refresh your recollection is that when you learned about the murder, in October, you said you learned about it before driving up to Tallahassee, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The same day that you bought the gun.
Yes, ma'am.
And that you also, on January 31st of 2018, you testified on the oath that you learned about it when halfway up to Tallahassee.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the next thing we discussed was the payment. I was able to refresh your recollection that on October 4th of 2016, you said that the lady was responsible for the payment and that you couldn't remember her name.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, actually, it wasn't that he never said the name.
Yes, ma'am.
Then we talked about the picture of Markel that was shown to you by Mr. Garcia. We established that you never mentioned in November or January that anything about the color, if it was black or white or color, because no one asked you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But that in March of 2019, in our deposition, you said that it was a color photograph, not black and white.
Yes, ma'am.
Then we discussed the number of guns. I was able to refresh your recollection that on January 31st of 2016, 18, you testified on the oath that on the second trip you had 2 guns.
One gun.
No. I refreshed your recollection. You did testify today that you had 1, right?
Yeah.
And then remember, I asked you about what you said in January about that, right?
Yes.
And then I read you the testimony, right?
Yes.
And back then you said you had 2 guns on the second trip.
Yes.
Then we discussed the masks and the hoodies, right?
Yes.
And we established that you never mentioned anything about bringing a mask and a hoodie on both September 30th, 2016 and October 4th, 2016, correct?
Yes.
And then the last thing we discussed was the owl on Instagram,
Yes, ma'am.
and that you never mentioned that to the detectives on September 30th, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned it in October, a few days later, October 4th, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you, the next time you mentioned it was on March 22nd, 2019, when you said you didn't know if it was Instagram or Facebook, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I think those are all the questions that we were able to discuss that you refreshed your recollection.
Redirect.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Next sheet.
Mr. Rivera, there was questioning, I think I know during cross-examination about your anything else that's pending out there for you that you have yet to be sentenced on. And it's been thrown out there that you might be facing an additional up to 15 years or up to potentially 30 years. Do you know the answer to that question?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you know there's something open out there, but you don't know exactly what else you're facing.
Yeah.
Okay. And I want to ask you a little bit about your status as a Latin king. You had several questions about that. Did this murder in any way relate to your status as a Latin king?
Not at all.
You didn't come to Tallahassee on any kind of Latin king business or assignment?
No, ma'am.
But your decision to cooperate, did that have consequences to your Latin king status?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what you're talking about when you're talking about, these threats on your life or to your safety?
Yes, ma'am.
So is it necessary to have those consequences within your gang do you have to snitch on a Latin king person to have those ill effects, or does it happen if you become a snitch, period?
Period.
So you're not allowed to testify and cooperate with the state, period.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and if you do, then things like attempts on your life are possible.
Yes, ma'am.
We heard a couple different things about exactly when you learned that this crime was going to be a murder. either on the road or right before you got on the road for that first trip. Do you know exactly when you heard it?
I can't remember really.
Okay, but it was definitely affiliated with that first trip, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you went and got the gun, did you definitely not know yet that it was a murder, or did you maybe know?
I did not know yet.
Okay, but you got the gun because you knew it was going to be a violent crime.
Yes, ma'am.
There were questions about why the first trip failed. What I thought I heard you say is that the first trip was intended to result in the death of Dan Markel. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that you were actually going to be the shooter, or at least it was discussed that you might be the shooter at some point.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and did that trip, that first trip, fail because you had argued against doing the murder, or did it fail because y'all basically couldn't find him or couldn't get it accomplished?
If I we couldn't find him.
All right, so you did express to Mr. Garcia some type of hesitation about doing this crime, is that correct?
Sustained.
Did you express any type of hesitation about doing this crime?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and did that deter Mr. Garcia? Did y'all discuss maybe not doing it or doing something else instead?
Not really. We ended up leaving.
Not really what?
We ended up leaving.
Okay, but was it ever, I guess I'm trying to understand what affects your expression of, you know, hey, maybe we shouldn't do this murder. Did that have any impact on the decision to do the crime? I mean, obviously not, because y'all ultimately did it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you suggest some other resolution to the situation other than killing Mr. Markel?
Objection outside the scope of clause.
Overruled.
Did you suggest, hey, let's just do something else?
Yeah.
What was that?
Go rob the lady.
And when you talk about the lady, who's that?
Wendy.
Wendy was your understanding of a person that had this money?
Yes, ma'am.
So you were thinking maybe we can just go take the money from her and not do the killing?
Overruled.
Is that what you were suggesting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did Mr. Garcia, was he receptive to that idea?
He said no. We
Why
gotta go
not?
take care of Markel.
Okay, so he didn't want to consider that other option.
No.
And why is that? Did he tell you?
Objection, Judge, calls for speculation.
Overruled. The question, did he tell you?
Did Mr. Garcia tell you why it was you couldn't do the robbery instead of the killing?
No, I think, no, not really.
Okay. You were asked about whether Ms. Magbanua did work for the dentist that she was dating.
Yes, ma'am.
What, did you ever go to visit her or see her at the workplace?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever talk to her about her work?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever see her doing anything at home that was consistent with doing some work for him?
No, ma'am.
Do you know what it was that she did for him?
No.
Did Sigfredo Garcia ever tell you that you were doing this murder for Charlie Adelson?
For Charlie Ellison? No.
It was always for who?
For Wendy.
For Wendy. And how did, if you know, how did Mr. Garcia know that Wendy was financing the hit?
Objection, Judge, calls for speculation.
Let's rephrase your question.
Did Mr. Garcia tell you who hired him to do this job?
No.
What, did he tell you that Katie hired him to do the job?
Yes, ma'am.
Ask and answer.
Overruled.
Did Mr. Garcia tell you, did you ever have any contact with Wendy other than
No.
possibly seeing her on the side of the road?
No.
Okay. Did Mr. Garcia ever tell you whether he personally had any contact with Wendy?
No.
No, he didn't tell you, or no, he didn't have the contact?
No, he ain't had no contact.
Who was the person who was responsible for having contact with whatever Adelson it was that was going to finance this deal?
Objection, Judge, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
What was your answer?
Katie.
Katherine Magbanua?
Yes, ma'am.
The amount of cocaine that you all were doing and the drinking too, was that the kind of consumption of substances that was normal for y'all during this time, or was it something a lot more than what you would usually use?
Probably a lot more for me, but he been stressed out, so he'd do a lot more coke than me.
All right, say that one more time, a little slower.
A lot less for me, 'cause I don't do a lot of coke like that.
It was a lot for you?
No, for him,
Oh, it was a lot for
because he
him.
been stressed out, going through a lot of
Okay.
problems with his wife.
Okay. And was that something that was Mr. Garcia doing more cocaine than usual, something that was unique to these 2 trips to Tallahassee, or just for this whole period of time?
Your questions are so complicated, Ms. Kappelman, we're not getting straight answers. If you
Okay.
would ask a simple
The
question.
amount of cocaine that Mr. Garcia was using, you've indicated, was more
Yes,
than
ma'am.
usual. And what I want to know is, was it more than usual only on the trips to Tallahassee, or was it more than usual during the whole period of time that he was experiencing this breakup with Katherine Magbanua?
No, since the breakup.
Why did you end up not being the one that pulled the trigger in this case?
That man had kids, and I wasn't gonna do it.
You didn't want to do it?
No, ma'am.
And was that it? Was there an argument about it?
Not at all.
So he was fine doing it?
Yes, ma'am.
Overruled.
And was there any discussion of your money changing at all, regardless of whichever one of you ended up pulling
Not
the
at all.
trigger? In the letters that you wrote that came into evidence, that you wrote to me, why did you want to come? Why were you requesting to come out of confinement?
I was tired of being there. I wanted to speak to my family, see what's going on.
So
was in
when you're
blind.
in, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
I said I was in a blind, and I was tired of being in the box.
So it's uncomfortable, unpleasant, more unpleasant to be in confinement than to be in general population. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it more dangerous or the same to be in general population?
My population is more dangerous.
Okay, so you were willing to take that risk
Yes, ma'am.
because you were desperate for some kind of contact with the outside world.
Yes, ma'am.
Overruled.
You've answered a lot of questions in reference to your role in this homicide. Would you agree with that, Mr. Rivera?
Yes, ma'am.
You've answered a lot of questions over the last 2 days.
Yes, ma'am.
You've answered a lot of questions in the 2 proffers that you've given in this case,
Yes, ma'am.
in the grand jury testimony that you gave,
Yes, ma'am.
the 2 interviews that you gave,
Yes, ma'am.
the 2 depositions that you gave,
Yes, ma'am.
the 2 events where you were riding around trying to help law enforcement look for the guns in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
That's 9 times that you've been asked questions, at least, about this case. Would you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you talked about the preparations that were made for your testimony, but you personally cannot sit down and read your prior statements. Is that your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And these proffers, interviews, depositions, et cetera, were over a 5-year period, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked about being on, or I think you were asked about smoking weed on one of the trips to Tallahassee. And you indicated, oh, well, I couldn't smoke weed because I was on probation. Why can you not smoke weed while you're on probation?
Because you gotta go piss, and it comes dirty.
All right, so weed or marijuana stays in your system longer than
Okay.
cocaine?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's not that you were being a good probationer, you were just trying to game the system, basically, and not get caught.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I'm gonna object that that's improper bolstering.
Overruled.
All right, you were asked about being fed information about this case, whether you reviewed the reports in this case or someone reviewed them with you, and that caused you to be able to parrot whatever it was that the state wanted to hear. Was the owl, you talked about this photo of an owl, was that something that was in the reports or the discovery?
I don't remember.
So when you were discussing the facts of your case with your lawyers, you hadn't told anybody about the owl yet, had you?
No, ma'am.
All right. What about, do you remember during one of the ride-arounds, I think the first ride-around with law enforcement, showing them a park kind of behind Mr. Markel's residence where y'all stopped?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that park something that was in the original reports that you would have reviewed with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
It was? But you hadn't told anybody about that park yet until you showed them where you stopped.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
What about the hole in the Prius? Had you told anybody about that until you came forward to cooperate in this case?
Yeah, yeah, until I came forward to cooperate.
I know, but what I'm trying to establish is that was the fact that Mr. Garcia shot a hole in the Prius, that wasn't something that was known until you came
I
forward.
never told nobody.
Okay. You were asked about some inconsistencies in your statements, and one of them had to do with Ms. Adelson, Wendy Adelson. And the defense asked you about, oh, didn't you in one statement call her Wendy, and in another, the lady with the kids, and in another, Wendy Adelson, and in another, the dentist's sister. This was the lady who your understanding from Mr. Garcia was going to be paying for this hit, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And are all those people, Wendy Adelson, the lady with the kids, is that all the same person?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the payment that was retrieved by Katherine Magbanua on July 19th,
Yes, ma'am.
2014?
Yes, ma'am.
Speculation.
Overruled.
You were asked about the 3 trips and whether there were 3 trips in this case. How many trips did you take to Tallahassee?
2.
And were both of those trips with Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they with anybody else?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever been to Tallahassee other than since your arrest before
No.
that?
Never.
Okay. So 2 trips. Why did you suggest that there could have been a 3rd trip? Did you have some reason for that?
Only reason I don't know who asked me that they see me in the lake. I said, that's not, you never see me. It's somebody else short like me was
Mhm.
Anthony.
Okay. And so some witness had seen somebody behind the Markel residence that might have fit your description. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
But that was not you.
Not at all.
All right. So based on that, you concluded that possibly Mr. Garcia had come up here previously with some other
Somebody
short
else.
person that fit your description.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you also indicate that I know you talked about the map and there were a lot of questions about stopping to look at the map, but did Mr. Garcia seem to know his way around Tallahassee pretty well?
Yes, ma'am. He's smart.
Did you know, did you know that Mr. Garcia had ever been to Tallahassee before? Did he tell you he'd been to Tallahassee
No,
before?
ma'am.
Okay, so you had no knowledge of him ever being here before
No,
the
ma'am.
first trip that you came with him?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, but he seemed to know his way around.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, but he did not tell you that he had a trip before you came on the first trip?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Want to ask you a little bit about the exact words that were said by Katherine Magbanua the morning that you spoke to her about the money being there, okay? And you were asked a few different questions about different statements that you gave. On 10/4 of 16, page 106, line 2 through 10.
Ms. Kappelman, which day?
10/4 of 16. The question was, but she just asked for him. She doesn't say nothing. Answer, oh, yeah, no. She said, who's going to come get the money? Question, come get the money? Answer, yeah. She was like, where the fuck is Tudo? Who's Tudo?
Garcia.
And I said, man, I didn't want to slip. So I'm like, I will find out. What did you mean you didn't want to slip?
I didn't want to go get the money, so I need somebody to go get Garcia.
All right, you wanted Garcia to get the money from
Yes,
Katherine Magbanua?
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew where to find him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That was at Shrimp's house?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know where Shrimp's house is located?
Miami Beach.
All right. And did you go get Garcia from Shrimp's house?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Who is Anthony Ortiz?
A friend.
Was Mr. Ortiz there that morning like when you were at the barber shop and you had this conversation with Ms. Magbanua?
No.
He was not present?
No.
Was he somebody that you sent to get Mr. Rivera?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Garcia.
Garcia. And you sent him to get Mr. Garcia from Shrimp's house?
Yes, ma'am.
Am I saying the name right? Is it Mr. Ortiz?
Yes.
Did Mr. Ortiz take your phone with him to go get?
Yeah.
Why did that happen?
I had two phones. I think his phone was dead. Something was wrong with his phone that day. I'm not sure if it was disconnected or it was dead.
Okay, and
I
is
gave
that something that you remembered when you initially gave a statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you were asked, going back to the morning of the money drop, in the exact words that Ms. Magbanua said, on November 29th in grand jury, you were asked about that. Page 14, line
Objection, improper
19 through
impeachment.
21.
It's improper impeachment, it's her own witness, she's about to impeach him.
Overruled.
And when you were asked, how did you get the money? You said, Katie, the next morning, I get the phone call from Katie. Hey, hey, pardon my language, where the fuck is this nigga at? Just like that, I got the money. He need to come and get the money. That was your quote for what you said Katie
Yes, ma'am.
indicated on the cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
That she had the money and Garcia needed to come get it.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then you were asked again on January 31st, 2018. Page 106, line 20 through 22. Question, so Katie called your phone, answer, yeah. She was like, man, I got that money for you. I was like, hold on, let me find out where he's at. So I called one of my friends. Who was the friend?
Ortiz.
And that's who you sent to go get Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you were asked again on March 22nd about the same conversation with Ms. Magbanua. Page 172. I'm on line 8 through 10. Question, when she thinks he's at Shrimp's house, or let me go back up just a little bit more to line 4. Answer, sometimes she'll call and ask for Tudo. Question, when she can't find him, answer, yeah, when she can't find him. Question, when she thinks he's at Shrimp's.
I beg your pardon?
Improper impeachment, improper refreshing of recollection, actually.
I'll overrule the objection. You're gonna need to start over again, Ms. Kaufman, because you were
All
talking.
right,
while you
I'm
were
going to
reading.
start, yes, sir, from line 2. Was this unusual for Katie to call you, or does she answer? Sometimes she'll call and ask for Tudo. Question, when she can't find him, answer, yeah, when she can't find him. Question, when she thinks he's at Shrimp's house, answer, yeah, but she called, hey, when you going to come get this money, man, because I can't find Tudo. I said, what? I know where he's at. I just hung up. I called Anthony.
Yes, ma'am.
Same thing, right?
Same thing.
Can you tell this jury, I mean, you don't recall the exact words that were said, do you?
No, ma'am. They just be wording different,
Yeah, I mean,
but it's the same thing.
okay. But you can tell the jury that Katherine Magbanua, called, or you spoke to her, and she told you she had retrieved the money.
Yes, ma'am.
And the money was payment for the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
On cross, you were asked about, I want to go to October 4th, page 19. You were asked about,
Is this impeachment?
getting the money from the lady. And who is the lady when you refer to? He
Objection,
said
asked
he,
and answered.
Overruled.
he said he got the money from the lady. He still haven't told me her name yet. He said, I got the money from the lady. Well, his wife gave him the money. All right, so who's the lady?
Wendy,
Wendy's the lady. And who is, when you say he said, I got the money from the lady, well, his wife gave him the money. So Katie gave him the money. So you're referring to Katherine Magbanua as Sigfredo's wife?
yes, ma'am.
All right, but he told me about the lady. He told me, yo, the lady got the money. She's going to pay us. One moment, please, Your Honor. Nothing further.
All right, jury, I have a question. All right, write your question down. We'll go sidebar. All right, there's one question from the jury. Mr. Rivera, had you seen a photograph of Wendy Adelson before you saw the lady walking down the street that you described as walking with two boys here in Tallahassee?
Never, sir.
All right,
I'm sorry, couldn't hear what you said.
Never.
any follow-up, Ms. Kaplan?
No, sir.
Any follow-up, Garcia?
No.
Any follow-up, Magbanua?
No, Your
All right, you can step down. Call your next witness.
State calls Detective Grossman.
So not quite as exciting as it looks on TV. So anyway, we're working hard, so we appreciate you hanging in there with us.
Garcia drove the entire first trip. Second,
Come on up here, please. If you'd face the clerk and be sworn, please, sir.
Swear firm testimony about giving this truth, the truth, whole truth, and nothing but truth, but the truth.
I do. Have a seat. Slide up the microphone, please, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Officer Jonathan Grossman, Jonathan Grossman.
And how are you employed?
I'm currently a police detective with the Miami-Dade Police Department's Criminal Investigations Division, and I'm specifically assigned to the Homicide Bureau
How long have you been employed in that way?
since January of 2013.
All right. And what about before that?
Prior to that, I spent 7 years with the Miami-Dade Schools Police Department.
All right. And did you assist the Tallahassee authorities with the investigation regarding the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, I did.
And one thing in particular I want to ask you about is whether you were asked to inspect and photograph a Toyota Prius.
Yes, I was.
All right. And when was that done?
The initial time that we saw the vehicle, that I saw the vehicle, was on November 3rd, 2015, and again in October of 2016.
All right. Tell us about the first time. What was your occasion to view the vehicle?
The first time I was asked to locate the vehicle, check the color, to look at the vehicle for specific markings, and photograph the car, which is what we did.
All right. And where did you find the vehicle the first time?
The vehicle was actually owned by A1 Lock and Key. It had been sold and purchased by them and converted to a AAA type business.
All right. And how did you know that the Prius that you found at A1 Lock and Key was the one that you were looking for?
Based on the vehicle identification number.
All right. And that's a number that's unique to each individual vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were able to make a comparison between the VIN number from the vehicle in our case and the one that you located there in Miami?
Correct.
Okay. Was there any evidence when let me ask you, this first time that you observed the vehicle, is that when you looked in the floorboard of the passenger side, or was that the second time?
That would be the second time.
Okay. So the first time you looked at it, what items of note did you make about the vehicle?
We noted the car had been painted white. However, we found the true color in various areas of the car. I believe it was under the hood, in the trunk area. And there may have been some green coloring on the driver door of the car.
All right. And did you search the vehicle for any papers or other items of interest?
At that particular moment, because it was a delay, a significant delay, and it had passed through multiple ownership, we weren't looking for anything specific at that time because we didn't have any of that information at that time.
All right. And at some point, were you asked to go back to that vehicle to look for something, some specific piece of evidence?
Yes, I was.
All right. And when was that?
October 4th, I was requested to go back. And
That would be 2016.
I'm sorry, yes, October 4, 2016, and on October 11, 2016 is when I actually responded back to A1 Lock and Key and was able to get my hands on the vehicle.
All right. So the vehicle was in the same possession of the same people as it was the first time you found it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what additional inspection did you do of the vehicle on 10/11 of 16?
During that time, we were asked to look for, or I was asked to look for a bullet hole in the passenger floorboard area of the car. There was no real specific location other than the passenger floorboard and a piece of paper that may have been stuck in the door jamb area of the driver's side.
And what, if anything, did you locate during that inspection of the vehicle?
During that inspection period, we located a hole in the floorboard of the passenger compartment, at which time I placed a thin screwdriver through it and ultimately knocked the fuel line off that had been damaged previously.
So the hole aligned with the fuel line?
That's correct.
All right. And were you able to put the vehicle, raise the vehicle up so that you could inspect the fuel line?
Yeah, once the vehicle, we looked at it, once I found the hole, we went ahead and towed the car to our Miami-Dade Police Department indoor storage facility in Doral, where we later lifted it pursuant to a search warrant and was able to photograph it additionally within our own facility.
All right. I'm going to show you what I marked as state 52. Take a moment to look through each of the exhibits and let me know if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those photos?
This is the vehicle in question that I had towed into our indoor storage facility. It's in the same condition that I recall it being in, and it also has the dowel rod through the passenger floorboard.
All right. And these photos were taken during the time that you inspected the vehicle in October of 16?
October 21st, 2016.
That's when the photos were taken?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move an evidence, states 52 to 56.
Any objection?
Yeah, we can see which ones they are.
No objection for Mr. Garcia, Judge.
Magbanua,
No objection.
to be admitted. Matt?
Publishing state 52. You mentioned this vehicle was identified by its unique VIN number. That's pictured in 653.
Yes, it is. Right above the barcode, you'll see a number that ends with 756. That would be the unique vehicle identification number.
54. What is this?
This is an image. What I did was I had the vehicle raised by a forklift that we have within inside our facility, and I placed a crime scene dowel rod through the floorboard of the passenger side to run through the corresponding hole underneath the vehicle.
Able to see in state 55, there's a pointer on the ledge. That's your
Oh,
right.
I'm sorry. So at this area right here would be the fuel line, and the dowel rod is inserted from inside and showing that it comes out. And this is just a zoomed in version of the previous picture. This is a close up of under the car, and this is the fuel line that should run and connect directly to the other portion of it, which is located where the pointer is. This is the area that was repaired, and it should not be in this condition. It should be in the same material all the way across, without this portion right here.
But prior to you inserting the screwdriver into the hole, the fix was still holding.
Correct, correct.
No further questions?
Garcia?
Yes, sir. Detective Grossman, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as Government Exhibit 82. This is the original car rental agreement for the Prius that you were showing pictures of. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if I've seen this before today.
May I approach the
Get back.
show of the document? Go ahead and take a look at it, Detective, and when your recollections refresh, let me know.
Okay.
May I approach, Judge?
You may.
Thank you. Detective, after looking at the car rental agreement that's been marked by the government as Government Exhibit 82, does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, I still don't believe I saw this prior to today.
That's
I
fair.
don't recall.
Were you asked to track down the target Prius in this case?
Yes,
Okay. And would it be safe to say that the VIN information originally led you, thank you, Judge, originally led you to Hybrid Auto Car Rental at 11032 Biscayne Boulevard?
I don't believe that was one of the locations that I physically went to. There was a list of VINs that we received, and once we found out the VIN in question, we ultimately found that at A1 Lock and Key.
And that's where you found the cars that are pictured in Government's Exhibit 52 through 56, correct?
That's correct.
And during your investigation, you found out that that's obviously not a silver Prius, right?
Correct. That's
Okay.
painted over. Yes.
Correct. So the vehicle that is the subject of this investigation had been purchased by a third party or another party, correct?
Correct.
And they've done alterations to it like painted, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you find a toll responder in the center of the vehicle, in the center windshield of that vehicle?
I don't recall at this time.
Did you find a misplaced or a misshapen driver's side mirror?
Yeah, the driver's side mirror, I believe, was black, and there was also a cap on the front bumper as well.
So they didn't alter the mirror here, they didn't fix the mirror?
I don't have any information that the mirror was replaced.
Did the driver's side and the passenger side mirror look the same?
From what I recall, yes.
And were you told in this investigation that one of the original front mirrors was different than the other?
Yes, I believe that was initially what we heard.
But that was fixed in this vehicle, correct?
I believe both of the side mirrors in the pictured vehicle are both black.
Which means that they've been fixed, correct?
Again, I can't testify as to what was done to the car. I can testify to when I saw it, both were black.
Did you inquire as to what repairs, if any, were made to the subject vehicle that's in Government's Exhibit 52 to 56?
Yes, I believe the manager of A1 Lock and Key advised that one of the
Well,
side mirrors.
I'm sorry, I'm just asking if you asked. I'm not asking what his response was. I'm sorry, maybe I didn't ask it the right way. But you did inquire, correct?
Yes, we did.
At any point in your investigation, were you asked to go back to Hybrid Auto Rental Center to make a determination if at any time after June 4th, 2014, up until you began your investigation in, you said, November of 2015, is that correct, sir?
No, my investigation began in June 2015.
In June of 2015.
That's correct.
I apologize. So from any time from the car rental date here of July 2014 till June 2015, did you inquire if Luis Rivera had re-rented the same Prius?
No,
And Detective, you inspected that vehicle twice, correct? Or that you had that vehicle and you did your due diligence on it in 2 separate days?
correct. On 2 separate occasions, the first one, the car was just photographed. It really wasn't examined thoroughly, just based on what information was requested by us. It was just photographed.
Well, you mentioned on direct examination that the first time you noticed that it was a different color, correct? It was painted over?
No, what I stated was when we saw the vehicle the first time, it was in the same similar condition that you're seeing right now in State's exhibit. The car had remained that color. What I stated was when you opened up the trunk, you could see the original green paint as well as some areas underneath the hood as well.
So you did open up the trunk and look under the hood? You did some sort of investigation, right?
Correct. We looked for just taking general pictures, and in doing so, we located some green paint.
Okay, and during general pictures, did you open the car and look inside?
Yes, the car was open.
Okay, and the first time you did the inspection, you didn't see what appears to be a bullet hole, correct?
Correct. The first time, we did not notice the bullet hole.
And did you measure that hole?
I don't believe we did. I believe we used a standard circular dowel rod.
No further questions, sir.
Magbanua.
Yes, sir. Detective, I've heard you have to catch a flight. I'll make this very brief.
It's okay.
You've been a detective in Miami-Dade a couple of decades, right?
Yes,
Now, your jurisdiction is Miami-Dade,
correct.
right? Miami-Dade, and correct me if I'm wrong, is a complete different municipality than Miami Beach.
In a way, yes.
Well, Miami Beach has its own police force.
Correct. We're the Miami-Dade Police Department, but we're the sheriffs of Miami-Dade County. So we have jurisdiction throughout Miami-Dade County.
Miami Beach has its own mayor, its own county commissioners.
Correct.
And it's also a little bit far away from Miami-Dade as well, too. It's not part of the same town or city. It's separated by a body of water, correct?
Correct.
You have to cross over a bridge from downtown Miami to get over to Miami Beach.
Yes.
For instance, if one were to go from, let's say, Biscayne over to Miami Beach, it could be 10, 15, 20-minute drive, depending on time of day, traffic, and whatnot.
Sure.
But it's miles away.
From what part of Biscayne?
This is going to go into question. I'm just trying to clear the misconception that Miami Beach is just a sandy portion of Miami, that Miami Beach is its own town.
Miami Beach is a city. So, yeah.
Let's turn over to the Prius now. At some point, you're contacted to go look for this Prius, right?
Correct.
You go out, you find it, you bring it over to the warehouse, right?
The vehicle was brought over to the warehouse the second time.
Okay, so, and correct me if I'm wrong, I got 2 separate dates. I have November 3rd of 2015 and October 21st of 2016.
That's correct.
Now, you're a seasoned homicide detective. You know that this is potentially evidence in a homicide case, and you do the investigation. You pull it in, you have it photographed by crime scene, right?
Correct.
And in total, correct me if I'm wrong, there's 148 photographs of that Prius.
I couldn't tell you.
You do know that on November 3rd, 2015, that your crime scene technician came out and took a whole bunch of photographs.
Correct. Detective Frederick Van Loon.
Would you agree with me that it was a lot of photographs?
I haven't looked at the CD, so to tell you the number, I couldn't tell you.
Would it help you to take a look at the photographs?
Sure.
Feel free to take a look and let me know if that helps.
Okay. All right. There appears to be 94 images there.
And that's on November 3rd, 2015?
Correct.
What about for October 21st, 2016?
Give me just a moment.
Yeah.
On that day, there were 48 photographs taken.
40,
48,
48. So for a total of about 150 photographs.
correct.
And that's because this is a piece of evidence in a homicide case, right?
We don't have a standard number of photos we take. We take the number of photos that we feel necessary. So it could be 300, it could be 50. So
Were you asked to go find a black Lexus?
I don't recall at this time. No, I don't recall.
Is there one single photograph that the Miami-Dade Police Department took of a black Lexus that was located in Miami-Dade?
I don't recall if we did, no.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor. Have a safe one.
Thank you.
Redirect.
No, sir.
Any juror have a question of this witness? All right, we'll go side part, please. You had mentioned seeing some paint that you believed was from the prior paint job, I believe, in the trunk area. Is that what you said?
Correct.
Could you describe what color it appeared to be to you?
Yeah, it appeared to be the factory standard Toyota Prius color. That was the initial paint.
What
color.
was the color? I'm sorry.
I believe it was the green, the light green.
Okay.
I forget the exact Toyota color.
Did you have a title for the vehicle you were looking for?
We had the VIN number, which is how we located it, belonging to A1 Lock and Key.
And how did you obtain the VIN number?
Through the investigation and with investigators in Tallahassee.
And did you match the VIN number you had with the vehicle that was there?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And it matched the information you had?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Any follow-up, Ms. Kaplan?
Yes, sir.
Any follow-up from Garcia?
Nothing from Mr. Garcia.
Magbanua?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. You can step down.
Thank you.
Release this witness.
Yes, sir.
Anybody need it for any reason?
No, not from Mr. Garcia.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Call your next witness.
Keith Leland.
All right, if you face the clerk and be sworn, please raise your right hand.
You swear from testimony about giving this case the truth, whole truth about the matter?
I do.
Have a seat and slide up the microphone, please, sir.
What is your name, sir?
My name is Keith Leland,
Will you spell Leland, please?
Leland.
And Mr. Leland, how are you employed?
I am employed at the Creative Preschool.
Here in Tallahassee?
Correct.
And is that where you were employed back in July of 2014?
Correct.
Is the preschool located out off Tharp Street?
2746 West Tharp Street.
It's actually got a Tharp Street address.
Correct.
All right. And Mr. Leland, did you know Dan Markel?
Yes,
How did you know Mr. Markel?
just through interactions with the family in general, because the two children went to our school.
All right. And did Mr. Markel frequently come into the preschool to interact with the children, his children during the
Yes.
day? All right. And would he do this exclusively on days that he was dropping the children off, or could it have been on days that the mother dropped them off?
To my knowledge, on days especially when he dropped them off, and I'm not saying that it couldn't have been other days otherwise.
All right. And are you familiar with the day that Mr. Markel was killed?
Correct.
That was on a Friday.
Correct.
Did Mr. Markel come into the daycare at all on that Friday?
He didn't come directly in the front door. He went through our side door because we were finishing up breakfast and everybody was outside on what we call the playground. So he entered the building through the side gate and took his children out on the
Okay.
deck.
Is that the day of the homicide, or is that the day? Is that the day of the homicide?
Day of, yeah.
Okay. And do you know about what time Mr. Markel arrived that day?
As I said, we were finishing up breakfast, so it had to be anywhere from 9:45 to 10.
All right, and did you happen to notice his vehicle as it approached?
His vehicle?
Mm-hmm.
No, ma'am.
Did you notice any other vehicles hanging around the time that Mr. Markel was present at the daycare that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell us about that.
Us being in school, we take extra measures of security. So whenever any of our staff hear a door opens, we just automatically, myself, since I work in the office, come out of the office and just look, see who's coming through the door. That happened at sometime that morning, and I looked out and I didn't see anybody come in, but I did hear the door open, so that's what made me go out and look. And when I went to the door, I saw like a little car facing towards Tharp Street.
Okay.
And
Where was the car?
it was parked directly in front of our main building, which we call the big school.
And do you know the make and model of that car?
I don't know it was a Prius. I know that.
All right, and do you know the color of the car?
Well, I wasn't sure because it kind of flips color. When the light hit, it was like a grayish green, silver
Okay.
color.
All right, and did the Prius hang out there the whole time that Mr. Markel was in the daycare?
I can't say the whole time, but I do know when I went back out there at one point when the door opened again, it was gone.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I've marked as states 50 and 51. Recognize these exhibits?
Of course.
Look at the next one as well. Recognize both of them?
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate photographs of the creative preschool?
Facing Tharp Street, correct.
Okay. States exhibit, are they both fair and accurate photographs of how the preschool appeared the day that you saw the Prius?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce states 50 and 51.
Any objection?
Not for Mr. Garcia.
No objection.
They'll be admitted.
All right, Mr. Leland, so where is this photograph taken?
You're looking, if you're coming up the front step of the building at the front door, coming through the front gate.
And when you said you poked your head out and observed the Prius, would you have been sticking your head out of this door that we're looking at?
That front door right there, but I didn't completely open the door. I just looked through the window because at the time it was nothing on the window.
Okay, so there's kind of a lot of.
Yeah, we post our notes, parents' notes and things up there.
By the time you're able to see through the
Yes,
window.
ma'am.
And with your view out of the window, have included what's pictured in state 51.
Correct.
All right, and there's a pointer on the ledge to your right there.
Mhm.
It's going to indicate to the jurors where you observed the Prius.
I can't be 100% sure, but it was either in this parking spot or this one right here.
And where is the drop-off area for parents to drop kids off?
You're looking right now in front of, like I said, facing Tharp Street. And if you look around this side, but you don't have it pictured, it's more parking spaces and parents you can park there and go through our side gate, or if they park here, front gate, they can go through any gate that they wish.
No further questions.
Frost?
Just one second, Your Honor, please. Good afternoon, Mr. Leland.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to show you, we show Government's Exhibit 51. Now, you indicated that there's an area where parents can drop off their children. I believe you said to the right of where this fence is.
Well, when I say drop off, I just mean park. It's other parking spaces, but there is another entrance to the school there.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that there's parking back here for parents and then directly to the right of where this fence is?
Correct.
Is there any other parking for parents?
Of course, there's parking across at our other building because we have two buildings, which we call the other building, the infant house. There's parking over there as well.
Were you able to see who were the occupants of the Prius that day?
No, I could not see inside the car because the back window was tint, and like I had mentioned earlier, it was facing towards Tharp Street.
Did any of the occupants get out of the vehicle?
Nobody ever got out of the vehicle.
We're talking about July 14th in this instance, correct?
Friday, if that was that Friday, correct.
Do you remember Mr. Markel dropping off his children on June 5th?
June 5th. I can't honestly remember.
No further question.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Leland, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We're going to kill two birds with one stone here. Since you're here, we're going to ask you questions so we don't have to call you back later.
Not a problem.
you talked about the dropping off of the students.
Correct.
Later on in the day, they're picked up, right?
Right. Well, are you talking about the day in question or?
Just the general practice of creative preschool.
Yes, correct.
So on any given school day, which would be during the weekday,
Mhm.
the children are dropped off in the morning,
Mhm.
and there's a log kept of that, right?
Correct.
Both the date, the time, and who it is that dropped the child off,
Correct.
whether it's one of the parents or if it's another family member or a friend.
Correct.
And there's also records of when they leave that day, when they get picked up, right?
Correct. When parents do what they're supposed to do and sign them in and out. We occasionally don't get people to do it all the time, but most of the time.
But as a practice, it's done, and it's something that you, given the fact that you're taking care of somebody's children, you guys strive to always have
Required
those
by
records.
law. Yes, sir.
Always have those records.
Always have those work up to a year,
All right. And in 2014, that was being done.
of course.
Your Honor, one brief moment.
Amen.
Nothing further. Thank you, Mr. Wheeler.
Not a problem.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Any juror have a question of this witness? We'll go sidebar. A couple of follow-ups from the jury. Mr. Leland, was the vehicle, the Prius you saw, was it actually on the preschool property or on the street?
No, it was on the property and like I said, in one of those two parking parks, but I couldn't be specific on which one.
Can you indicate where your property ends? Where would the street be?
The street would end right here. That's the end of our driveway. And right here is a drainage ditch going all the way across city of Tallahassee drainage ditch.
And are you aware of any parents having a similar vehicle to the one you saw?
There was only one parent at the time that we were aware of that had a Prius, but it was a totally different color than the one I saw.
Did the preschool make any report of this event to authorities?
No, ma'am. Sir, I'm sorry. We got a call. I took the initial call from the police, and that was about it. And they asked us a few questions, and then nothing until recently.
So you pretty quickly received a call from the police?
Correct. Yes,
and
sir.
you reported what you saw?
Right. Well, they were more or less giving us a little heads up of what was happening, and they wanted to know if at the time had the kids made it there yet.
Okay. I believe those are the questions that were asked. Okay. Any follow-up, Ms. Kaplan?
Mr. Leland, in reference to your having seen this green Prius, that information wasn't given until much later from the initial time that law enforcement contacted you. Isn't that correct?
Regarding the car?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, so initially law enforcement contacted you around the time of the homicide to discuss procedures at the preschool regarding the children. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, there's call, and I can't remember who it was. They just asked, were the children there yet?
Overruled. Go
You
ahead.
can answer.
Was the children there yet? I had to leave the office because I didn't know myself, and I went out on the deck to where the children were, and I asked Miss Sandra Ples, and at the time she told me that the children were there at the time.
Okay, so initially the concern was, where are the children and are they okay?
Correct.
All right, and then at some point, law enforcement reached out to you regarding the pickup and drop-off schedule.
Correct.
The
Asked about
children.
it, referred to it.
Okay,
Yes.
but it wasn't until much later, like 2016, that I came out and talked to you
Yeah, it
about
was a
having
while.
seen that green Prius.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, no further questions.
Garcia? Magbanua?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. Do we need to keep this witness any further? Anybody need him?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're free to go. Thanks for being here. Why don't we take 10 minutes? Let y'all step out. Either side need anything?
No, Your Honor.
If they need anything. All right, we'll take 10 minutes.
did you have back in July of 2014?
Approximately 20.
Are any of the vehicles that you rented at your company, do they have SunPass transponders on them?
They all do.
And what are SunPass transponders,
It's a
basically?
small sticker, a square sticker that I install on the inside of the windshield of the vehicle.
Does each transponder that you have for your rental cars come with like a unique identification number?
Yes,
And are you the one who actually affixes each transponder to each vehicle?
yes.
Once you affix one of them to a certain vehicle, is it transferable? Like you can just pull it off and stick it on a different car?
No, typically when you pull it off, it's destroyed.
And where do you place these on your rental cars?
On the inside of the windshield behind the rear view mirror.
So in the center area?
Yes,
Do you keep track of which transponders you're affixing to which vehicles over time?
yes,
And say, for example, you put a transponder on one particular vehicle, you would note that that unique identifying number on the transponder goes to the vehicle with a certain VIN number, certain tag number.
yes.
cetera.
I register it with SunPass, and then I also have an internal list in my office.
If a customer comes to your rental place and they want to rent a car and they end up going on toll roads, do you just foot the bill or does the customer have to pay once they return the car? How does that work?
No, upon return, we pull up that SunPass on that car and settle up then.
Do you remember back in July 2014, approximately how many like Toyota Priuses you had?
Approximately 10.
Remember how many of them were greenish or silver?
2.
The two that you did have at that time, were there any differences between those two Toyota Priuses?
Yes, the primary difference was one had aftermarket wheels or aftermarket rims.
Did your company rent one of those Toyota Priuses to a Luis Rivera back in July of 2014?
Yes,
And is there a contract that documents that rental agreement between your company and Mr. Rivera?
yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's already in evidence as State Exhibit 82. Is that the rental agreement between Save Gas, which you previously mentioned was hybrid, and Luis Rivera?
Yes,
And the certificate of authenticity on the back, you filled that out yourself?
yes.
A couple questions about this contract. Let me first ask you, was the Toyota Prius that was rented to Mr. Rivera, was this the one with the aftermarket rims or without the aftermarket rims?
Without.
So they would just be the normal standard wheels on the car?
Correct. Stock from the factory.
Is this contract, let me push that a little bit. Wrong direction. Up here. Does this contract indicate that there were tolls that were owed upon return of vehicles?
Yes,
I also want to ask you about this word brother with a phone number next to it at the top of the agreement. Do you recognize that handwriting?
yes.
How do you recognize it?
That's my handwriting.
Okay, and did you fill out this contract?
No,
You wrote the one indication, the 786-372-5986 number.
yes.
Do you recall why you wrote that on the agreement?
Yeah, as the owner of the company, I try to get any contact information for anyone that's renting the car or maybe anyone that might be with the person renting the car so that I have contact info.
So you have an alternative way to get in touch with the renter?
Yes,
Do you have independent recollection of why you wrote brother on this one?
no,
But it could have been someone with the person renting the vehicle, such as Luis Rivera.
yes, most likely.
We talked about the Prius that was rented in this particular contract not having aftermarket rims, it had the standard manufacturer's rims on it. Do you remember if it had any replacement parts on it?
Yes, I remember this car had a black passenger side mirror.
Why did it have that?
I'm sure at some rental it got wrecked.
Does that happen a
Taken.
lot?
Yes,
And do you keep on stock replacement parts when a vehicle comes back damaged?
I have some parts on stock. If not, there's aftermarket parts that are readily available.
Okay, and do you, if you were replacing a side mirror, what color are those replacement ones? You may have said.
Black,
Black. Do you always paint them to match the remaining body of the car?
highly unlikely that I paint them.
What about toe clips to your, did either of these vehicles, meaning the Prius, the Toyota Priuses, did either of them have toe clips on the car?
I mean, the Prius has a toe clip on the front bumper, and the very common they fall off.
What is a toe clip? I just need to know.
It's a little clip that comes off the front bumper, so you can hook a metal rod onto it, so the tow truck can pull the vehicle up on the flatbed.
Okay, and they have covers over them?
They do have a little square cover.
And those covers are the things that fall off a lot of the
Yes.
time. What about GPS trackers? Do any of your cars have GPS monitors
Yes,
on them?
they all do.
Do you use a certain company to monitor the vehicle's locations via the global positioning system? And which company is that?
Spirion.
Do you know how frequently the GPS trackers track the location of the rental cars?
Yes, it automatically tracks itself once a day.
Like once every 24 hours, every 25
Every
hours?
24 hours, give or take.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd offer into evidence what I marked for identification as State's Exhibit 91. These are the business records from Spirion for the GPS information with an attached certificate of authenticity.
Any objection?
None from Mr. Garcia.
No objection, Your Honor.
To be admitted.
When this Prius was returned to your company back in July of 2014, actually, do you remember what day it was returned?
I can look at the contract and tell you it's probably on the bottom of the contract.
Can you get that?
Yes.
Okay, what day was it returned?
So typically it'd be July 21st, the bottom right.
Okay. And when the vehicle was returned, did you notice any damage to it?
I did not notice any damage.
Tell the jury about when a vehicle is returned. Do you thoroughly clean the vehicle from top to bottom and examine it in great detail?
Being a small company, I do not thoroughly clean the vehicles.
Okay, do you strike that?
Unless they're destroyed, I would notice that, but otherwise they come in the way they go out.
So your turnaround process is minimal as far as cleaning or
Yes,
repairing anything? Do you still own that Prius?
no,
What did you do with it?
I sold it.
To whom?
I don't recall who I sold it to.
Do you recall about when you sold it?
No,
Do you know the defendant in this case, Sigfredo Garcia?
I've met him before.
And that's through him renting vehicles at your company?
I don't recall if Sigfredo ever rented a vehicle, but just being there and a gentleman that used to work for me, they were friendly.
They may be hanging out near the business.
Yes.
At some point, once TPD began the investigation in this murder case, did they reach out to you and ask for information about that unique identifying SunPass transponder that was on this Toyota Prius?
Yes, I had two different visits. The first visit, I think the gentleman asked me for information.
And did you provide all the information that you had for this particular Prius, the tag, the VIN, the SunPass transponder number, all of that information over to the investigators?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross.
Good afternoon.
Do you recall, or were you working that day that the Prius was rented?
I believe I was there that day. That's why my handwriting would be on the application.
And you indicated that you're the one that wrote brother and the phone number at the top portion of the contract. Is that correct?
That's my handwriting, yes.
And is it I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You said that was your handwriting?
Yes, sir.
And is it your testimony that Sigfredo Garcia entered the car rental area with Luis Rivera?
No.
Luis Rivera went in by himself.
Yes, as far as I know.
Did you know who Luis Rivera was from the past?
I don't know if I had any previous interactions with him.
Did you know who he was?
I rented a vehicle to him, so I met him at that time.
Prior to that, had you met him before?
Not as far as I know.
And he entered your establishment and provided identification to rent this vehicle from you?
Yes.
And would it be safe to say that since Sigfredo Garcia wasn't in the business with you, you took the information from Luis Rivera and then drafted that note?
That's correct.
No further questions.
Magbanua?
One brief second, Your Honor. No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect.
No question, John.
Any juror have a question at this point? All right, you can step down. Do we need to keep him any further?
No, sir.
Do I need him?
No, Your Honor.
You're excused. Thank you for being here. Call your next witness.
Danny Beth Ritchie.
Ballistics, ideally.
Come up here, please, ma'am. You would face the clerk and be sworn, please.
Swear to affirm testimony about giving this case, the truth, whole truth, and nothing but truth, so help you God.
I do.
Have a seat. Slide up the microphone, please.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Elizabeth Ritchie, ELIZABETH
And do you go by Danny Beth as well?
I do.
All right. And how are you employed, Ms. Ritchie?
I work for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
How long have you worked for FDLE?
I've worked for FDLE since 2007. I've been in the firearms section since 2009 and in my current position as a crime laboratory analyst since 2012.
What are your duties as a crime lab analyst?
My primary responsibilities are to compare fired components, so things like bullets, cartridge cases, and shot shells, and examine them and compare them to suspect firearms to see if they were fired from a specific firearm. If no firearm is available, then I will try to determine if the components were fired from the same firearm or different firearms.
And what training and education do you have to perform those types of analyses?
Well, first, to be hired with FDLE, you have to have at least a bachelor's of science in some sort of laboratory science. I have a bachelor's of science in marine science with Jacksonville University. When I was promoted to my crime laboratory analyst position, I went through FDLE's 18-month training program. The first 12 months of that program is spent basically in bookwork, practical exercises, and examinations. And it covers the history and development of firearms, firearms identification, tool mark analysis, ammunition, serial number restoration, and it also included tours of firearms manufacturers as well as a gunpowder manufacturer. When the first phase of my training was done, the second phase was 6 months of supervised casework where I worked actual cases under the direct supervision of a qualified analyst.
All right. And have you been previously qualified as an expert in a court of law?
Yes, I have.
All right. What have you previously testified as an expert in?
Firearms identification.
All right. And how many times has that occurred?
Approximately 55.
Judge, at this time I tender Ms. Ritchie as an expert in firearms identification.
Any board hire?
Nothing, Mr. Garcia. None, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Ms. Ritchie, I want to ask you about some projectiles which were collected in reference to case involving the death of Mr. Markel, which we've marked as States Exhibits 167 and 168. Do you recognize these items?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
When I receive evidence, I mark the outer packaging with the laboratory case number, agency exhibit number, and my initials, and those are present on these items.
Are the items in the same or substantially the same condition as when you analyzed them?
They appear to be.
All right. What are the items?
They are 2 fired bullets.
Okay. And what type of analysis did you perform on the 2 fired bullets?
I compared them to see if they had been fired from the same firearm.
How do you do that?
When I receive bullets in a case with no gun, I will start with doing my general inventory. I will go through the evidence to make sure what I have is matching on our case tracking form, and then I will open it up and I will examine the evidence for class characteristics. Class characteristics are the characteristics that are determined by the manufacturer prior to manufacturing. So when they go to manufacture a gun, they have to decide what caliber that gun is. They have to decide what kind of rifling it will have, how many grooves that rifling will have, how wide those lands and grooves will be. When a bullet is fired through a gun, it picks up the impressions of the rifling. So I can examine a bullet and determine what caliber class it may be from. And then I can use the numbers of lands and grooves and look at the 2 items to see if they should be compared to each other. If those class characteristics match up, then I will move to my comparison microscope. And what that is 2 compound microscopes that sit side by side. There's an optical bridge with a set of eyepieces that allows me to look at 2 items of this at the same magnification at the same time. So I can examine those 2 bullets and look for individual characteristics to see if the individual characteristics that come from firing the gun, that come from interacting with the inside of the barrel, match up with bullet 1 to bullet 2. And then I will make my determination based on the level of individual characteristics that I see on my evidence.
And did both projectiles and states exhibits 167 and 168 have rifling characteristics sufficient to conduct this comparison?
Yes.
All right. And are you able to tell us anything about the caliber of the bullets in
The
states exhibits 167 and 168?
The caliber class of the bullets would be 38. And what that means is that the caliber class is like a family of calibers. It's kind of like saying a pickup truck and you have a lot of different pickup trucks. The caliber can have different dimensions, but what makes the caliber class the same is that the bullets have approximately the same diameter regardless of what kind of cartridge case it was loaded into. So the 38 caliber class includes 38 special and 357 Magnum calibers, and I determined that it was either a 38 special or 357 Magnum, most likely, within the 38 caliber class.
Okay. And what was your result when you compared the class characteristics of the 2 projectiles?
The class characteristics matched up.
So what does that mean?
That means that they had the same number of lands and grooves. The widths of those lands and grooves were approximately the same, and the direction of twist of the rifling was the same, and the diameter of the bullet was approximately the same.
Does that mean it's your opinion that the 2 projectiles in states 167 and 168 were fired from the same weapon?
Yes, but I did not use the class characteristics to come to that determination. I used the individual characteristics that are found within the rifling to come to that determination.
All right, tell us a little bit more about that.
Individual characteristics are the striations on the side of a bullet that come from interacting with defects inside of the barrel. So when a barrel is manufactured, metal is chipped away, and that leaves defects inside the barrel. And because metal is not chipped away in the exact same way from barrel 1 to barrel 2, even when you use the same tool to create barrel 1 and barrel 2, there can be microscopic defects inside the barrel that will be unique to barrel 1, and there will be microscopic defects that are unique to barrel 2. So when they come out of the factory, they're already microscopically different. And then through use and abuse, depending on how well you care for your firearm, more character, more defects can be added to the inside of that barrel. So as a bullet passes down the barrel, it is obturating or expanding to fill into the rifling. And the side of that bullet is interacting with those microscopic defects on the inside of the barrel. And what happens is you get scratches on the side of the bullets. And those are the scratches that are unique to that firearm. And I will examine those scratches to determine if a bullet or a set of bullets had been fired from the same firearm.
All right, and are those scratches that are unique to the barrel of a particular firearm known as rifling characteristics?
The rifling characteristics would be the numbers of grooves that are inside a barrel. So if you look down a barrel, you can see high points and low points. And those would be the rifling characteristics, the number of grooves you see, the direction those grooves go, either left or right, and the widths of those grooves. Those are the rifling characteristics of a firearm.
So you, in your business, look at the class characteristics, the rifling characteristics, and then also the individual characteristics.
Yes.
Okay. And what was your conclusion after looking at all those factors in reference to these two projectiles?
The two bullets had been fired from the same firearm.
And what, if anything, can you tell us about the firearm that was used to fire these two bullets?
When I receive bullets that don't have a gun, I can take the rifling characteristics and enter them into the general rifling characteristics database. At the time, it was a database that was held by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And what I do is I would input information into the database, the caliber class, the numbers of lands and grooves, the direction of twist, and the widths of the lands and grooves. And the database will give me a list of potential manufacturers that may have fired these bullets. Now the list is long, or the list can be very long, but the database is also not totally, it's not all inclusive. Not every single gun in the world is represented within that database, but many, many, many are. So it's an investigative tool that I can give to investigators that say, it could have been these guns, but don't exclude others if you have, if you think that it may be another one.
And what can you tell us in this case?
In this case,
well, I guess I should ask you, is it a long list?
It was approximately 2 pages long.
Okay, and were they all 38 special or 357 Magnum?
They were both.
All right, and are they all revolvers?
Yes.
No further questions.
Cross.
Nothing from Mr. Garcia.
Magbanua.
Yes, Your Honor. Day is always difficult. This wasn't the only work you did on this case, right?
Correct.
Later on, in 2016, around September, you did another laboratory analysis, right?
I did.
And what was that for?
There was a firearm that was found, and they were wanting to see if it was possible if it had been the firearm that fired these two bullets.
By they, you're talking about investigator Jason Newland, right?
Investigator Jason Newland is who contacted me. I'm not sure who found it.
Somebody brought a gun to FDLE is what you know.
Yes.
Now, once that gun goes to FDLE, it then starts a process in your lab to do a full analysis, right?
Yes.
Now, there was no indication that those projectiles came out of the gun that you tested in September, right?
The bullets were not fired from the gun that I received.
But nonetheless, you did this full workup.
Yes.
It's not on you to make a decision not to investigate something or to investigate it. You objectively investigate what's brought in, right?
That's correct.
Now, I just want to go through the list and correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm giving these documents a wrong name, but when you get an item in, specifically a pistol, you end up doing an FRT report?
The FRT is the firearms reference table, and it's a database that I can use to look up firearms if I do not know what they are. Sometimes guns come in with no markings, and we have to try to determine what they are. So that is not something that I use in every single case that I work.
All right, but you did in this, with that pistol, you did an FRT report.
Yes.
There was also a NIBIN worksheet, NIBIN.
There was a firearm/NIBIN worksheet. That's the worksheet that we use to either do a firearms function test, or as analysts, we would also use that worksheet if we were working a NIBIN only case.
If you could explain to the jury what NIBIN stands for.
NIBIN is the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network. And what that is if I receive a firearm, I can test fire the firearm and enter cartridge cases into the database. The computer will take photos of my cartridge cases, and it will bring back possible hits to see if potentially that firearm has been used in other crimes. And I can review the potential hits to come up with, yes, I think it may have been, or no, it may not have been. If investigators submit just cartridge cases, I can also enter just images of those cartridge cases to see if they hit to other scenes as well.
Now, everything you just explained to the jury, you did that with a pistol that was brought to you by Jason Newland, right?
I did not put this firearm into the NIBIN database.
But you did a NIBIN worksheet?
I did a firearms worksheet. It's also our NIBIN worksheet.
You also took some photographs of the pistol?
Yes, I did.
Next, we have a cartridge worksheet.
Yes.
And if you could explain to the jury what a cartridge worksheet is and what work you did with this pistol.
The cartridge worksheet is just the worksheet that is used to inventory any unfired units of ammunition that I get in.
Does that mean if it has bullets in the gun, you do a worksheet for that?
When most people talk about bullets, they're talking about a live unit of ammunition. When I say a cartridge, I'm talking about a live unit of ammunition, because the bullet is one part of a cartridge. The bullet is the item that is actually designed to hit a target. So when I receive a cartridge, which is an unfired unit of ammunition, often referred to by many people as bullets, I at the time would inventory the cartridges in my case.
And you did that with this pistol?
Yes.
Now, there's also a laboratory analysis electronic packing slip that you have to fill out?
I'm not sure which piece of paperwork you're talking about on that.
Would it help your memory if I showed you the packing slip?
Yes.
At this point, I'm going to object to relevance.
Almost done, Your
We've
Honor.
gone this far, let's go ahead and finish. Been talking about it for a long time.
You take a look at that, let me know if that helps you.
That piece of paperwork is not something that is in my case file, and it's not something that I would routinely run. I think that is a piece of paperwork that would come from our evidence section.
Something that FDLE would have to produce as part of the process of evaluating a piece of evidence, right?
Yes.
There's also case notes that you do. These are handwritten notes.
Yes.
Almost to the end of the list, you also have a case tracking form for FDLE that you do.
Yes.
You a head stamp report.
For this case, I did.
If you could real briefly explain to the jury what a head stamp report is.
If I receive a unit of ammunition and I'm not sure who made that particular brand of ammunition, or perhaps even what caliber it is, I can look up in our head stamp database to try to determine what kind of ammunition it is. It's just a tool that we can use to try to determine something that we're not sure about.
If I'm understanding this correctly, with each piece of evidence, it's a thorough process. There's a lot of paperwork that gets done. There's a lot of time that you put into it, and it's done objectively, right?
Correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
So all the questions that you just answered about the firearm that was submitted, that firearm did not fire the 2 projectiles.
That's correct.
No further questions.
Right. Any juror have a question of this witness? All right, you can step down. Be a good place to break. All right. Y'all had enough for one day? All right. Y'all know the drill. Don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't let anyone discuss the case with you. Let's be back and ready to go. Let's be back at 8:45, please. Have a good evening. We're going to stay in session a little while here. All right, everybody be seated, please. So how are we doing time-wise, Ms. Kappelman?
Okay, I think we're probably about a half a day behind, but we're also considering not calling some of the witnesses we were gonna call, so we're close.
What would be your best estimate of when you'd be done with your side?
Monday.
So midday Monday, end of day Monday, what's your?
I guess midday is our best guess, Ryan.
All right. So defense ought to have any witnesses they need available Monday. We don't want to finish up the state's case and sit around waiting on defense witnesses.
Yes, sir. So we'll have our witness here Monday.
Right.
Fine?
Yes.
We're pretty much determined on who we're gonna call. Of course, it could change with who the government still calls, but we'll make sure to have them here Monday ready to go.
Okay. And you have any better sense, Ms. Sangaday, how much you're gonna have now?
Yes, I would say half a day, if that. With the caveat that if I do put my sign on the stand, that's gonna change.
Right. Magbanua?
Same answer, Your Honor. Maybe half a day. That could change if Ms. Magbanua takes a stand. Here, one other issue with respect of us calling. So we had subpoenaed investigator Isom, Agent Sanford, investigator Bennett, and a few others. And in our subpoena, we said either show up on September 23rd or contact my office and leave us a means of communication with which we can get in touch with you to come. Nobody showed up on the 23rd. They didn't give us the information. I don't doubt that they'll show up when they're needed. But, you know, I've normally gotten some assistance from the prosecution on this to communicate with those witnesses to make sure they're here when we need them. Because I have no direct communication and they didn't fully comply with the subpoena. But again, they're law enforcement, so I know they will.
Nobody has asked me for any assistance in coordinating those witnesses, all three of which were outside the courtroom as recently as an hour ago. So I have communication with them and can accommodate that request.
Well, I think they're all set to testify sometime in the next couple of days, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
So why don't you, if you would, please just let them know they need to be available Monday morning once they finish testifying
Yes, sir.
for the state.
The bonus is, and the prosecution knows exactly who we're calling, so they can prepare accordingly.
Seems like we need to share the evidence again today. We went through some lengthier than I need to see the evidence. Let's go through the evidence, make sure we don't have to do that. That's just a waste of the jury's time. Y'all have seen all this evidence before. Ms. Kappelman, let's make sure they've seen what's marked for evidence so we don't have to go through that big charade, acting like they've never seen it before. I want to start talking about jury instructions probably tomorrow morning. So let's, if you haven't printed out the jury instructions or if you haven't read over them, please read over them. One, I want to start talking about them tomorrow. There is a legal issue. I don't know whether any of you are going to be seeking lesser included offenses under the conspiracy and solicitation charge. There are some fourth DCA cases that say on a case like this, there are no lesser included. If y'all think you're seeking lesser included, you better do some research on that to show why lesser should be given. The standard table shows no lessers, fourth DCA. And if somebody wants the site, I can give you a site at least to get you started. Anybody interested in a site on those?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, please.
All right. There are a couple of them, but let me just give you one and it'll tie you into the rest of it. It'd be Castro v. State, 939 Southern 2nd 306. It's a fourth DCA case. And they cite to several other cases in the fourth DCA on that subject. Anything else from either side we need to resolve?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll see y'all at 8:30.
Thank you to everybody who's watched with me today. I really appreciate it. You don't know how much I do appreciate it. All have a lovely day and stay blessed.